Hello there. How you guys doing? Happy Tuesday. Hope you all had a nice week since I wasn't streaming last week. Um, Also, I now finally have an electric fan, so I am a lot more optimistic that I'll manage to get more stuff done this summer. Because, yeah, having air movement definitely helps. So, yes, that's been nice. It arrived at some point during the week. So, yes. Um, Also, it seems I did not actually get an emote from the hype train because apparently I have all of them. Mysterious. Wasn't aware of that being the case, but okay. But either way, thank you for the hype train. It did manage to complete level 1. So, yeah. I'll have to make a new one. I have managed to finally make 2 of the animated emotes that I've been meaning to make for ages. So, the lava lamp emote, so this one, that one I've actually started months ago, but animating the lava to look vaguely liquidy was really difficult. And also getting the background to work properly, because I think it's also supposed to display properly on the light chat background. I don't personally use that one, but I believe it's supposed to work on that one too. So getting it to have a transparent background while also having that work can be a bit difficult with animated emotes, because yeah, those are a bit more tricky. Like you can't really have anything that's partially opaque in animated emotes. It has to either be completely blank or it has to be like fully opaque. There's nothing in between. Whereas with the static emotes, you can have stuff that's partially translucent. So, like in this one, like you can kind of see the like area around it that's like foggy slash smoky. So, yeah, with that one, I was able to do it because it's static, but with the animated emotes, that's just not an option. I believe it's because of the file format specifically, but either way, because of that, it can be a bit difficult to figure out how to get everything to be just right and not have weird white uh like borders around stuff. So yeah, figuring that part out and figuring out how to animate the lava was definitely a very long process. And the one of Violet's, like I've been also meaning to make that one for ages, but animating fire is difficult when you've never done that before. So, yeah, that also took a long time to get to this point. Like, I still feel like I might be able to eventually make an even better version of it, but this is the version I was able to make, so that's the version that's currently available. So, yeah. But, yeah. Animated emotes, they just take quite a lot of trial and error and figuring out and like slowly learning all the different like intricate mechanics and how they interact. So yes. Either way, I'm glad that I finally managed to get those to work because like it really took a lot of focus. I was working on those for several days last week. So yes. Um Been meaning to also do even more stuff, but like I managed to do some of the things I wanted to do, so I'd say that's already at least a partial success. And yeah, now that I have the electric fan, I'll be able to do more stuff, like even on stream days, without feeling like I do not want to be in this room because it's a couple degrees too warm. So, yes. Either way, progress all around. Um, but yeah, like for the next animated emote, I haven't even fully decided what that one is going to be yet. So, yeah, that's part of why I haven't really, like, started or finished the next one. Well, I have started some ideas, but I haven't really picked a specific one to really focus on. So, yes. 23 degrees outside for you. Yeah, for me it's almost 24 degrees inside. It was supposedly going to be a heat wave last week, but that one wasn't as bad. But this week there's going to be a heat wave, I think. They keep on being very indecisive. Like the different weather reports never agree, and yeah. Regardless, I'm sure there's going to be plenty more heat waves. So I'm definitely going to need the electric fan. But yeah, I'm very happy that I now have it, and it's nice and quiet, so it should not interfere with streaming at all. So yes, happy about that. Just took a while to actually get the fan because it was sold out for a while. Because of course it was. And yeah, hopefully it'll last me quite some time because, well, even in like fall and spring, it tends to get a bit stuffy in this room. So yes, it is quite nice to finally have that as part of my setup. Yes, it is running. Like, it's actually not on the slowest setting. It's currently on, I think, setting 2 out of like 30 or something. So, yeah, it is very slow and very quiet. So, yes, very happy with that one. Anyhow, let's start up the game. I also shouldn't mess with the lava lamp because, like, it's not moving a huge amount of air, not at very high speed. So. Yes, back to building coasters. And it's actually time for the higher difficulty scenarios, because I ran out of beginner scenarios. So, I completed that one last time, which means I'll probably be starting one of the challenging parks, so that's like medium difficulty, I guess. Then there's the expert parks as well. I don't know if I'll manage that level. But yeah, let's just start the first one of the challenging parks. Okay. So, local members of the Battle Reenactment Society are rather serious about their hobby. They've entrusted you with the job of constructing a Dark Age theme park on the grounds of Cliffside Castle. And I need at least 1,500 guests and no time limit, so that's easier than some of the other ones. So 1,500 guests in the park at some point without ever having the park rating drop below 700. I mean, that could be tricky, but it doesn't sound impossible, at least. So, I think that's the entrance. So, like, entering through this way. And then this is the park, I believe. Possibly. I like that fence. Looks very... well, it looks vaguely threatening. Very large castle. Okay. And probably some paths within the castle walls. Yes. So, quite a lot of paths, actually. And that does connect up through that underground tunnel thing. Very interesting. Okay. So, am I even able to see the top of those the paths. Okay, yeah, it is at the top of the wall, so at least if I want to add like benches and stuff, that should be easy. So, yeah, it's just the summer castle. No big deal. Where does that one even go? Underground view, I guess? Where was it? There. Okay, so that one goes over here. I think those two connect. I'm definitely confused about part of this design. And I'll definitely have to sell park maps near the entrance, because, oh boy, they will definitely get confused. But I don't want to ruin all of this, so... There, I actually wanted to rotate the camera. And then see through scenery. Yeah, I don't think there's a way for them to leave this path. So. How do I want to do this? Because with it being two paths, I mean, I could put an information desk at either side. But overall, I just want them to be able to buy their park maps and not end up getting lost. So... Those are... The flags are kind of in the way. Like, I'll have to change stuff slightly just to get people to actually buy their park map. Just not sure how exactly. Like, any chance of... Wait, I thought I unpaused. There. Maybe making it fit there? No, I think that's gonna delete part of the wall. Yeah, I'll just get rid of the flags. It's fine. There. And... like... either I delete part of this path, or I put another information desk there. I guess for now I can just delete part of it. Just to save on running costs. It's, I guess, medium, because, like, this one's supposed to be in the challenging parks section, and the other section was expert, so yeah. It seems like it would be medium difficulty. Just not literally what the category is called, but close enough. Interesting stalls. So I do like the Witch's Brew soup stall. The lemonade one looks quite fitting. And the toffee apple stall. So quite nice that there's some fitting stall types. And also some fitting ride designs. I don't know if we've seen some of these before. So yeah, some decent themed stuff. And just researching everything. Sounds about right. Okay, and how are the finances looking? There is a loan, but not a huge one. But 19% interest. I think I'm gonna pay that back for now, because I don't really want to deal with that interest payment. Because I think that's higher than in most of the previous parks. Okay. And I'll save before I'll unpause. Okay. No, 19, as in close to 20%. But it still seems higher than in most parks. So... Trying to figure out how the path is going to work, because... yeah, it's a bit complex. Especially with the lack of stuff to do here. I guess I could... like, if I put this path back, maybe if I put a bunch of one-way signs there, then that would potentially work. Also, I thought there was one park guest. Where is my one park guest? Oh, still walking up the stairs. Because obviously, need to deal with the umbrella price. And I should also check if the park even has a ticket price at all. Or if it's going to be charging people at the rides, or maybe something else. So, yes, there is an admission price at the moment. So probably can't charge for using the rides. Okay. And he immediately ran past the information desk without buying a map. Of course. So... I'm trying to figure out if there's maybe a slightly nicer way of structuring this path. Like... is there a reasonable way to do this? So... this style... like, obviously I do need them to connect. But maybe I could do some sort of, like, roundabout style thing with the information desk in the middle. At least that's what I was trying to go for, but... not sure if that's a thing I can do with it being... well... a 2-wide path here and 2 1-wide paths there. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I can connect these a bit further away, I guess. There. Would that make it any easier? Probably not. Like, I'll just get rid of that flag. Well, I guess I could do something like that. And then just put the information desk in the middle. It's definitely not perfect, but... I mean... it's something, technically. Like, it technically kinda works. Okay. And I think they are able to approach the information desk from any side. So, I don't think there's a way to not be next to it while entering the park. So at least they'll potentially think about buying a park map. I just want to avoid them getting frustrated because they got lost in the park, and that's just bound to happen sooner or later. But I guess the thing I should focus on next is building some attractions. I did actually have a quick look at the game manual, and they pointed out that if you build especially tall rides, that with those, people, when on that ride, can see other rides in the park and are then more likely to ride those other rides. So there is apparently a mechanic like that built in, which does make me think that having a rather large, as in tall, ride near the entrance would be useful. But I don't have any of those, like, towery type rides, so the only option I'd have is a coaster. Unless it would count for me to just build a different ride and just build it on a giant platform. So I guess I'll just go with these smaller rides for the entrance area for now. I'll try and leave some space for potentially building a taller ride somewhere. So, how do I make this work? I mean, especially with fences and stuff, I should be able to make this work as the entrance, but the exit is then going to be a problem. Where do I put the exit? I mean, I can move the path around a bit more. Like, I'll make it symmetrical. There. And then the exit can go right here. And the entrance... yeah, I think that shouldn't be too long of a queue. Okay. And fence styles. Let's see. I do really like this one. But I don't want to use it too much, because I think then it might not work as well. So maybe some sort of stone wall looking thing. Can I change the color of these to make them look more like stone? No, not the brick. And that was the main one I was curious about. Maybe in here? Like, not a full height wall, something smaller than that. Like this, but smaller, basically. But I'm not saying it. You've never seen a theme park inside a castle before. I don't think I have either. But maybe it exists somewhere. I bet I can't recolor any of those. Nope. I'll just switch all of it to grey, and nope, the brick does not change color. I'm pretty sure, yeah, that's just a normal height wall. Why don't they have like a half wall that looks similar? Like, I guess this will do. It's the right color at least. Oh well. It's fine. They just don't have the thing I want. Okay. Maybe a slightly darker grey. I think that would look better. Entrance fee is too expensive. I mean, makes sense. There's basically nothing here yet. And park rating has dropped. Fine. Alright, I'll reload. Okay. So, I'll try and recreate the limited number of changes I made previously. Whoops, I did not mean to destroy that flag. I'm not sure if I'll manage to put that back. So I'll just reload again. It's so easy to misclick. Okay. So, don't want those connected here. And, oops. Oh, different path style. There. There. Something like that. And then, wait, how did I make this work before? I'm already confused. No, I think something like this. I guess that can just connect here. And that connects there. Actually, this should work. Yeah, it's not too bad. And then I close this temporarily. And move it over here. Well, I guess could have also made it face the entrance. I don't know if they're more likely to buy stuff then, but it is technically facing the right way. And ramping up the price again, of course. But that park guest previously also didn't buy the park map, so yeah. Probably didn't really miss the opportunity to buy it this time, because probably wouldn't have cared either way. Okay, so I'll lower the entrance cost, because apparently that's going to cause problems. I don't know if €5 is going to be too expensive, but it'll be fine. Okay, and then I try and build that ride again. So, this one right here. And guess I'll have it face towards the main path. Or maybe I'll have it face towards the side where people would actually be queuing for it. Okay. Then entrance goes there, exit goes here. And then back to the wall situation. And was it that shade? I think so. I mean, this one kind of looks a tiny bit like brick. At least in this colorway. Actually these look like they might be kind of fitting. No, that doesn't work like a fence. So, no, it wouldn't really help. Yeah, that's just a full-size wall. Pesky castle pieces not being the right size to allow me to make a half wall. So, that one. There. And the queuing path. Don't want to go for a different color queue. Maybe green. Sure. Oh, I completely forgot about this part. Hello, how are you doing today? Okay, there. I mean, maybe I should have gone for the spiky fence. It just feels a bit out of place to have the grey one without a proper brick texture. I'll just go with proper one, I guess. There it is. So, I guess the other one is going to be in the way. Thank you for the gift sub! And also for the previous 2 gift subs! So, there. Scary looking fence. Okay. Got that. And now the queuing area. There. Neat. And I'll open this ride. And yeah, I can't charge for people riding it. So, I guess I'll not have it be on beginner's mode, because I think that's going to be a bit too gentle. Well, actually, it is near the entrance. It's going to be difficult to clean up if there is a giant mess here, so maybe that one should stay on beginner's mode. But I could have more than one in the park. Apparently I can place a lily pad. Neat. And there's hay bales. Very nice. And some themed benches. I do like those. Like the way they kind of curve around corners. That is quite nice. Not sure where I should put the hay bale. Obviously the sword needs to go somewhere. I feel like I shouldn't have a bunch of those, so I should probably leave it for the proper fitting location. I feel like this kind of fits this area. Need something at least a tiny bit intimidating. Yeah, I'll go with that. Okay. Just trying to get the theming somewhat cohesive. Like, it's supposed to be inside a castle. So. And the park rating dropped again. Come on. I'll do a separate save and try and rescue the park rating. So. There. I mean, it's not free to enter the park, but it's getting quite cheap. And hopefully that will help. I think this will probably fit somewhere, but I'm not sure where it would fit best. Yeah, well, in this case, the rating is part of the scenario, so... In this case, ratings do matter. Because otherwise my park gets closed down. I guess... I'll redo it again. Because I think I need to close off a lot of the park near the start. So... actually, probably need to go before this save, because at this point there's already a guest roaming around. So, there. And I disconnect the majority of these paths. There. Okay. Hopefully that will help me keep the park in business. And lowering the price. There. And need to still raise the umbrella price. Okay. Eventually it will be at the correct level. It takes so long. I don't think it allows me to type in the value, so there. And I do still want to move the information kiosk, but maybe I'll move it later. But then again, right now there's basically no park guests, so now would be a good time to move it from that spot. Yeah, it's just tricky to use it effectively in this location. So, I'll probably slot it in there. Wrong path type again. There. Yeah, I think that should already kind of work. Almost. Something like this. And close it. Move it here. Open it. And patch up the rest of the path. There. Alright, and then I build that same ride again. Okay. I feel like this spot, or that spot, makes the most sense. This one actually works the best. There. And I'll just open it. And the fence again. There. And connecting the path. I'll just have a slight gap between entrance and exit. Because I think this way the entrance line is slightly shorter than it was before. There. So now there is officially one ride in this park. I'm sure everyone's really excited. Maybe something like this near the entrance. I mean, it's supposed to be waving. But I need something to, like, welcome people into the park. So, I feel like that's not the worst spot for that. And a cannon that fires automatically. I think that's actually more fitting for this ride, so... That's just gonna go right here. Or maybe point it at the main path. There. Medieval times? I have heard of that being a thing. Not as in the time period. Obviously the time period was a thing at some point. But the place that's branded as medieval times. But I don't know if that even exists in Europe. Because, like, I haven't heard of it over here. Do kind of like some of the decor options they're giving for this scenario. I don't know what to do with them, but... There's a bucket! Obviously I have to place the bucket. Where do I put the bucket? I guess I can put it next to the giant fire for when they need to put out the fire eventually. There. It's perfect. I feel like there need to be more buckets. Like... Where could I fit some buckets? Can't put them too close to the entrance, because that area is already used up by path and scenery and stuff. So, yeah. Guess they'll just have to find the buckets. Okay. So, the park rating, I don't think it's gone to 700 yet, but also hasn't gone below 700 because it needs to reach 700 first. The best ride is the one where you just see the bucket. I mean, you do actually have to pay to enter this park, so I guess the park is the bucket ride. Where do I put this ride? I mean, I could just put it here, but there's so much space. But I could use some of that space for shops. So, yeah. Like, put this thing here. There would be space all around it for shops and stuff like that. And then I'll just have entrance and exit pretty close to each other. And the exit... I guess I'll have that be like a dark dirt path. Just for like a visual indication that that's supposed to be the exit. So it's mainly for me. No themed signs to make stuff one way. And park rating's too low. Of course it is. Well, even just starting this park is difficult. Maybe if I hire some entertainers. Dressed as knights. Maybe people will be entertained. Please be entertained. Okay. What else do people want? Soup? Here. You could buy soup if you wanted. I'll not even raise the price higher than the base price for now. And, how about some lemonade to go with your soup? It's a very common combination of things. And bathrooms. There. Well, park rating is back up, so I guess I fixed it. I'll save, because not sure how long that's gonna last. Maybe the entertainers actually helped. Okay. I feel like a circus isn't that far off. Or at least a tent like this doesn't feel like it's out of place. But where do I put it? Like, I might be able to make that work, but I don't think it's gonna be perfect. Well, out of those, mine is the only animated one. But yeah, genuinely, animating that took a while. So I'm not surprised not many people have an animated emote that includes fire, because animating fire is a learning process. I mean, I have to fit those rides somewhere. Just feels like all of them are just kind of slightly too large. Like, are they even rides small enough to fit in this space? Probably not. At least not with the entrance and exit. Yeah, the pre-built rides, they're just a bit too large for that. At least we have 2 different rides now. People aren't hating it. So there is that. It's probably making a giant loss. Oh, just unlocked the maze. Amazing. I definitely have to add more rides. I mean, there are a lot of people entering the park. Potentially also a lot of them leaving the park. Now, yeah, I'm starting to wonder if I should maybe try and separate the path, but I don't know if I could really do that with the bridge. Because I can't really put a fence, like, just floating above the water. So, I don't think that would work. Park rating has gone way up. Probably need to increase the price a tiny bit. Because otherwise this park is going to be very crowded and very bankrupt. Okay. So they are slowly starting to be hungry and or thirsty. But in the meantime, I can try and sell them some hats. Somewhere. Oh, it's gonna rain again. That might be good for the park's finances. I guess the hats can be right at the exit of that other ride. And the hats are going to be... Wait, it's like a trebuchet, I think? So I guess it could just be... like, the closest I can get to like a wood color? Sure. Wooden hats. There. Should I change the umbrella color too? Like... I could go for grey, but the red doesn't actually feel that far off from like a medieval flag type color scheme, so... But maybe blue. Yeah, I think blue is slightly better. And it fits with the very brightly colored lemonade stall. Okay. That should have brought in at least some amount of money. Okay. Should probably start adding in some benches. Somewhere. But the park is kind of crowded at this point. And there's already some messes to clean up. Potentially some rides to fix. Some benches I haven't even bought yet, but should ideally not be destroyed. Okay. So now it's time to add benches and bins. So... I guess some bins here. And some bins behind the animatronic. Some bins in the corners. Yeah. And... try and actually be able to see the path properly. There. That's better. So... I can just put benches near the bins for now. And then I guess some benches here. Bins and then benches. Yeah. Okay. So... I mean, here I could separate the path with the one-way signs. It would just be nice to have a themed version of it. I just currently don't have that, so... Still wait. Let's see if I'll unlock one. But I guess I could still separate the path without the one-way sign. So, there. No, no. Button there. Alright. And then I add in a more subtle fence option, I think. But preferably still something that looks vaguely medieval. I mean, I guess I can go for the hedge. It's not the most subtle, but I guess it'll do. At least it doesn't seem as hostile as the other style. So, there. See-through scenery. There's already a hedge there. I guess that's good. So I guess I managed to connect the hedges. So that should work. And then I add in the path. Does that actually connect? Will there be people going down that path? It does not actually connect. So maybe in that spot I'm also missing a hedge. Yes. Called it. And... there. I think that's the correct spot. Yes, now it's connected. Good. So eventually I can add one-way signs. At least that portion. Like, would I be able to add them here? Yes. Looks like it. I mean, here they're already separate, so... I'll not have them separate on the bridge, but this section can already be separated out. Just to have them at least use both sides of the path and not clumped together on one side. Okay. I mean, the park is doing okay for now. I don't know if I should separate out the middle path. I think it looks better if it's connected. It'll just be a mess. But, like, I can try and at least keep the visuals of that. Okay. So, is the park actually making money? Maybe. Difficult to say. Merry-go-round is going to be unlocked next, so that's good. I can actually add music to this ride. Let's see. Is there no medieval? No, there's the medieval option. There. Tiniest park in the country. I wonder why. Probably because it's also the tiniest park. Okay. What do I build next? I mean, I still have some room in the budget to potentially build a small coaster. Or something similar. Any of these somewhat themed... battering ram. Well, that sounds very themed. And obviously this one is also very themed. So... I don't think I should put the entrance quite that close to the main path, but I technically could. Maybe in this area. I just feel like this coaster should go around that. Depending on how tall I can make the coaster, it would be possible to have some view of other rides and the rest of the park. So that could be a good thing. So if I go for that option, I should probably try and have the entrance as close to the park entrance as I can. I mean, I don't want to get rid of the flags. Maybe if I raise it up a bit, maybe that would make more sense. Don't know. I guess I'll just have the entrance just in this area. It'll work out. I guess I'll save right before I start building it. In case something goes horribly wrong with it. Okay. Wait, no option to have a lift thing. How does that work? Spiral lift, okay. So I guess the only lift option is a spiral lift. Is that it? Because it seems there's no other lift option. I mean, I guess I can try and make the lift section look interesting. Is that gonna destroy part of that building? Yes, it is. Whoops. Too bad there's no undo button. Well, I guess there is, in a way. Just loading. There, it's fine. Nothing happened. You didn't see a thing. Okay. Let's try that again. Look, this distance might work okay. There, and then lift. And then... no, too low. Fine. Let that one work. Or is that exactly the same as before? I think it's the same. Oh, actually, it's too low to even work. So... maybe I could have the entrance and exit actually be over here. So the plan being that I either don't cross over to this side or do it high enough to not cause any problems with the queue. I'll see if that works. Okay. So not quite. I guess. Like, they could move around it. Or alternatively, I can turn around this section. Yeah, I think that'll work better. Still means I'll have to figure out the same issue, but... for now, I can make it future me's problem. How tall can I make it? This tall. Okay. Nope, that's gonna be too much. So... I feel like this should be acceptable. Then let's speed this thing up a bit more. A bit more. And then flatten out. Okay. I think the height is high enough to not interfere with this area. Because I don't want to accidentally destroy it. Okay. Then turn. I could try and dip down in this section. Oh, I already ran out of cash. How did that happen? Wow. I guess just building the lift section was too much. Yep. That was an expensive section. Alright. I guess it's gonna be a lot smaller. That's fine. It's not gonna be the most exciting coaster, but at least it'll be a coaster. Better than not having a coaster. Okay. So at least it'll slightly interact with that area. Well, I guess I could still go for the thing I was talking about. Having it dip down here. Probably can't do this. Nope. Too steep. Or, well, it's too long of a section and it won't fit, basically. But it still won't fit. Nope. I guess it was worth a try. Okay. But yeah, that just can't fit, I think. You'd have to make it go through the ground or lower the ground in that spot. Need to go quite high up, I guess. Yep, destroyed part of the fence already. I have a feeling this is not gonna work as planned. At least I should be able to fix the fence. Or not. Yeah, fine. That's how that fence works. There! I think that could work. Maybe. Possibly. Probably not. Probably not. It'll be fine. Should I put the photo section here? I mean, I have to have a photo section somewhere. Park needs the money. Okay. And then... I mean, they should be really slow at this point. There. Nope, that's too far. Doesn't quite fit, but I can make it fit. There. It'll do. As long as it actually works. And I guess I'll put entrance and exit here. Okay. Now, save before I test this monstrosity. And let's see, does it work? Probably not, but just in case it does. New attraction, Enterprise. And it worked. Okay. Fine. I was a bit worried about this hill, but yeah, it works just fine. Medium excitement. Well, had to build this ride on a budget, so medium excitement is all you get. That's too long of a queue. Oh well. Yeah, it'll be fine. Potentially. I mean, it's not that exciting of a ride, I guess. And otherwise, I could have the queue connect over here. That would make it more difficult. Oh well. It'll work. No, I'll shorten it a tiny bit. This park rating is important. There. So have path go this way. And again, I guess this path can connect here, and then that path could connect here to trick people into actually being near the entrance of that ride. For now, I just connect it and open the ride. Some people might even be interested in it, even if most aren't. Anyone gonna queue for it? Yes, one person queued. Thank you, one person. Actually, I think I do need a longer queue, because that's a lot of capacity for this ride. Like, especially with how fast it's going through people. Like, actually, I think I needed that long queue. I just didn't realize it. There. And the exit. Kind of. I guess that spot is supposed to be queue. There. And then I don't need this section anymore. I mean, technically it might have been better to have the entrance connecting here. So I guess the exit could connect up here instead. So. Damn, if it'll work. I'll try. There, yes. That's what I had in mind. And then exit right here. And that path is supposed to extend that way. Okay. That should make it more interesting to people. Like, it might seem like a lot of micromanaging, but people actually finding the entrance to the ride seems to be quite crucial to the success of the ride. So, to convince them somehow. And I guess I'll save again, so I don't have to figure out that path. again. So. What sort of decor do I add around here? I feel like the horse and wagon thing fits well in that spot. And I'll add in water. Fine. The hay bale isn't actually that big. Yeah, just the water. Hay bale is too big. Okay, maybe a small tree somewhere. Not that small. That's not very small either. That one's more of a inside a castle courtyard size. That one looks like an interesting shape. I'll go with this one. Look, there's a plant. Just trying to keep people happy in this park. Okay. Hopefully this is bringing in some amount of money. I don't think it is. I think I might be able to charge a tiny bit more though. Or not. I think most of them are complaining about it not being suitable for rain. Nothing about I'm not paying that much for the photo, so seems good. I mean, it's a very short poster, but it works. Like, where's the total ride time? 38 seconds. But I guess in real amusement parks, people will queue for ages, even if the ride isn't really going to take that long. So that kind of fits. Okay. So, what are the guests currently thinking about? Some of them are hungry and need to go to the bathroom, but, well, food is available, bathrooms are available. Some are complaining about crowding already, but overall, they're not too upset with the park at this point. When I was reading through part of the game's manual, it was also saying stuff about transport rides being quite crucial to reducing crowding on paths. Because people don't want to walk that far. And that you really, really need a lot of benches if you have to have them walk a certain distance. Because they will get tired a lot. Like, even specifically being supposed to put benches at the top of hills. Because people are going to be excited. Well, people are going to be exhausted when they're at the top of the hill because they just have to climb the hill. Anyhow, I just thought it was interesting. And the manual did actually say the thing about how to raise up scenery items and stuff. So, could have just read it there, but I never really thought to check the manual. which I apparently have had access to this entire time. So, I do feel like I should probably build a maze somewhere around here. I mean, if I don't really have a queue and just an entrance, I might be able to make it fit here. It's basically filling up this space. And probably the exit in this spot. Best value park. Well, I guess that means I should increase the entrance fee. I haven't done that in a while. I guess I'll go all the way up to the original price, which was 10. So, still haven't unlocked new scenery items, at least not the ones I was hoping for. Research tab here. Okay, next one's gonna be the ATM. Sure. So what's the new thing that was unlocked? Ah, this thing. Okay. Doesn't really feel very fitting. Unless maybe the way I style it would make it kind of fit in. Like if I style it as more of like a oh, this is just a spinning wagon wheel. Maybe that would make more sense. So I guess I could do that. Still have issues with finding space for all the rides. At least without just having all the park guests go everywhere. I guess if I disconnect that path and I'll disconnect it here. So, they'd have access to this area. But not really anything beyond that. And this area does have a lot of benches and bins. It should be interesting for them to look at. So hopefully that'll also help with the crowding. I guess I can even make that a bit more streamlined. Okay. Now they can look at this. How very exciting. The spinning thingy, I think it fits decently well over here. So, this location, then which means an exit that way round. And the color scheme needs to be very different, because I want it to look like a wagon wheel. There. Like, I can't really make it look like it's... like the outer edge of the wheel is on fire or something, but that could have been interesting. Oh right, castle style entrances. Forgot about those. I think tents would make more sense, though. I feel like inside a castle, having tiny castle-shaped entrances doesn't make as much sense. So, what color tints? Don't want them feeling out of place. Like, maybe that kind of green and no, that looks a bit too grass colored. Brown and green, I mean, kinda works. Maybe the lighter green and the white? No. Maybe a darker color for contrast. That could work. Like maybe this shade of green instead. Tricky. Like, I mean, medieval times, I'm sure they would have had green colors. Because, like, even if you just grind up plants and stuff, you can color stuff green with that. In some cases, quite difficult to get those stains out, so... It is kind of a rudimentary dye, so... good enough. So, maybe... kind of that, but it just doesn't feel right. I'll just go with blue and white, like the umbrellas. There. At least it'll stand out. Yeah, I'll be using those entrances everywhere, so... wanted to put effort into picking them. This thing. Should be fine, I think. Then over here, different entrance style. I mean, I could do different colored tents. The red one looks kind of fancy. And it is a coaster, so maybe the coaster would have a different style. Oh, fine. I guess that's the spot where it picks the color. Okay. So I guess the entire coaster is just gonna be blood red. Why not? There. Something like that. Okay. Let's go here. There. Found it. And... oh, I think it's once again using the right colors for it. So... maybe I'll go for a brown tint? Because, like, I don't want the trebuchet to be the wrong color. Maybe this grayish color? There. Did I mess up the color of the trebuchet? I think I did. Probably. I mean, it looks okay. There, at least that looks slightly more interesting. Good enough. It is a bit difficult when they don't give a separate option to choose the colours. But there, at least this one fits with the other one. I mean, maybe I can make these two fit, because the brown probably works for this coaster too. Here, here's that shade. Yeah. That's okay. It works. Probably make all of them that shade, but it's probably gonna be a bit too brown on brown. So, brown and blue. Good enough. But I could try a solid color blue. How's that gonna look? And blue? That one. Maybe a bit too bright. Like, maybe more of a jeans type blue? But a bit lighter? Yeah, I'll go with that. Doesn't quite fit with the lemonade stole as well, but I like this one. So we're going with this one. Simple as that. Well, I guess I could even make the umbrellas match it. Can't change the color of the lemonade stole, but might as well change the thing I can change. So, now that I'm done being sidetracked with that, I'm actually surviving decently well. I finally have an electric fan that fits with my streaming setup. Like in terms of height, its ability to move air, and it also being quiet enough. So it took a while for it to arrive because they were sold out in the entire country to the extent that you couldn't even really order them. So, yep. Glad I finally have one. Okay. Outside, not sure, but inside it's currently 24. Like, it is supposed to be getting warmer today, I think, than it was yesterday. But usually it heats up more like in the afternoon than it does around like noon time, which it's closer to right now. So it's probably going to be the maximum temperature in like a couple of hours. So like, I'm not sure if it could reach 30, but it shouldn't really be higher than that, I think. The weather report's always changing. No clue. Also don't have an accurate option of like checking the outside temperature. I don't have an outside thermometer, I just have weather reports that never agree. So. It feels like outside thermometers are always a bit of a conundrum, because like, you're not supposed to have them in direct sun, so that already limits where you can put them. But they're still not supposed to be so protected that they can't sense the temperature outdoors. So, like, not placing them like too close to like a window or anything like that. So I don't know how those are supposed to really be like set up, because yeah, a wooden box, I guess? But it would have to be a type of wooden box that's very well ventilated at the top, because otherwise I think the heat's gonna get trapped in there. So yeah, to me it's just like, I've tried to look into it in the past, but I've never really figured out an ideal way to have an outdoor thermometer that actually fits the instructions. So. Well, I mean, over here it might also just go to 28. As I said, like, weather reports are really unreliable here, so I never know the exact temperature. But I know the indoor temperature because I've got a thermometer right next to me, so I know that much at least. But one of the main things is it's been quite humid this summer, so that's been more of a problem than the actual temperature on its own. Right, that isn't connected. I was getting a bit worried, but nope, that's not a path. Good. Okay, I think there should be fewer crowding issues now because they've got this area. So that should help a bit. Theoretically. I have no clue if I've been saving enough, so I'll just save again. And... drink stall was unlocked. Should check which one. This one. Okay. I mean, it looks quite out of place if I add that one, so... I feel like the normal style lemonade stall looks less out of place than this. I mean, at least this looks like it could be a tent. I mean, this one is a tent, so... well... The thing is... like, the way AC units tend to work just doesn't fit perfectly with how stuff works in most of Europe. Like, between like building regulations, building like standards, as in like the way most buildings are built, and like lots of other stuff, like it's not an ideal fit. But obviously, if it gets way too warm indoors, then it helps to have air conditioning as an option. Like, for example, if you have windows with vents on them, and you then have an air conditioning unit, and you have warm air coming in through the vents in the window, and you have the air conditioning unit pushing warm air out and kind of creating a vacuum. Like with the mobile air conditioning units, I've heard that those can cause problems for people who heat with gas because of it creating a vacuum indoors, and then it'll draw in like the combustion products, and yeah, it causes problems. So yeah, if stuff is not really set up for adding air conditioning, then it can be quite difficult to figure out how to add it without ruining other stuff. And while having it be efficient. It's also not added as a standard thing, so... it's something people have to add after the fact. Like, office buildings and, like, businesses seem to be the only places that come with pre-installed air conditioning. All other building styles feels like air conditioning is beyond optional. Like, it's not even an option to add it. Which, especially for schools, yeah, that's quite rough this time of year. I feel like I need more rides to unlock. But this one is quite themed, so I should probably find a spot to add it. Maybe near this one? Sure. I mean, it's practically the same size, so it kind of fits. And... I mean, I could probably have the entrance close to this entrance. But I don't need to. Yeah, I think I'll I'll have the entrances close together, sure. Style. Right, so this one's gonna be the other entrance color scheme because this one doesn't allow me to change the colors separately. Okay. Well, as I said, for me it's 24 degrees, which I'd say that's not very bad. I'd say that's perfectly adequate. Yeah, no, guests can't get to the entrance. I haven't finished building it yet. There. I think those are going to be temporary. I don't really like the look of them there. Yes, managed to remove them. Good. And the exit. There. That works. Okay. Just slowly adding in stuff to make the park more interesting. And I do think it's working. The park is making a fair amount of money. Part of it probably because of the rain. Like, I should point out that part. The umbrellas are very overpriced and people are really buying them. It's very rainy in this area. Which is convenient for me. I really need somebody to clean up this area. So, cleaning up this area is going to be your new specialty. Let's watch. Okay, then I should probably add more benches around here. Not sure if I should really put too many benches onto this path. I don't know if they make the path feel more crowded, and this one is somewhat busy. Alternatively, I might be able to make the exit area longer to add more benches there. But now they're not being used, so no point. Umbrellas being sold. Are these people actually on their way to buy their own umbrellas? I hope so. And nope, did not buy one. Fine. These strange people walking around in the rain without an umbrella. Like, over here it's definitely sunny. But how much the current heat wave is going to affect this area is... yeah. Weather forecast couldn't really decide. But regardless, the electric fan is definitely helping. So, it's quite nice. That thing. It's kind of what I had in mind for the entrance area, so that people can get an overview of the park. But it didn't really leave room for it. Ah. silly me. Can I somehow make this work? Maybe. I mean, I guess it doesn't have to be near the entrance. Could also put it somewhere else. Maybe it would fit in here. It looks like it won't tear down any other parts, so that works. Maybe all the way in the corner. To pick where to put stuff. People are really using those restrooms. I guess around here could be fun. I can't really make the entrance and exit fit in a way that makes sense here, so not there. But here. That feels like a good spot. I'll just go with that. I'd assume so. I'm on Windows 10, so. And it's compatible enough with it. Don't know why it wouldn't be compatible with 11. Oh, I noticed today, actually, my copy is the Steam version for some reason. No clue why. But yeah, I am using Windows 10 to play this right now. Okay, I do have a feeling this one's gonna be... yeah, one of the ones where I can't really pick the style. Which exact color scheme was it again? Right, so this shade and this shade. Yes. I feel like they don't look quite the same, but that's fine. It works. And entrance and exit. Not there. It's not gonna fit. Exit here. And then entrance queue. Just right there. And the exit. There. That works. And sure. That should work. Potentially that will make the other rides in the park more interesting, if I understood it right. I haven't played that one, though. I try and play the most original version of the game that I can reasonably access, so. For this game, that meant why not play the original? I feel like I should put something in the middle here. Spiral around some sort of thing. Maybe another one of these. Kinda works. Bundespräsident, Stichverwiederholungsverschiebung. It's not really centered, but can't make it perfectly center. Is there an option that I could center properly? I did say it. think I don't have access to the other fire thingy, so I think that one I'd be able to center properly. Maybe some sort of tall animatronic, or maybe just this thing? No, won't fit. Oh well. So... I think if I could put it in that exact spot here where those squares intersect, I think that would be the one. I guess I could put 4 of them there. It will look silly, but it vaguely works. It definitely looks silly, but it's fine. At least now it won't look very out of place from some camera angles. Yes. So, 411 guests. Still need a lot more than that. But at least they're happy. Park rating is closer to 900 than 700, so... Next I need to expand the path more. So basically just give them access to more of the existing path. Is it time to give them access to the walls yet? I think not. But maybe I can manage to fill out the rest a bit more. Because the walls, like, that path is going to take way too long for them to walk on, and I think it's going to tank the park rating if I currently give them access to it. So, what's a good area to fill out next? Okay. I guess back here... At least I should work towards filling out that area. Because that is quite far away from the current rides. Also back here. At least there are benches around. Can I reasonably give them access to this area? I mean, blocking it off is going to be a bit difficult. It is tricky. I mean, maybe I could just save up to build a bunch of different attractions, especially if it keeps on raining like that. So that I can just open up all the paths soon. So I guess I'll save before I try that, because... oh boy, it's going to require a lot of money. I guess the maze would be a good one to do next. I am intrigued by this one. It's just that the queuing area is above the ride. It's not actually that the ride is going like up or down an incline. Well, the ride, the maze itself. I did mean to put a maze back here as well, but maybe not. But in one of the previous parks I built, they were quite upset with me for making the maze too difficult. So, I should avoid doing that again. So maybe back here would actually be a good spot I think I don't have any transport rides available yet. So, yeah. Those would have been kind of useful to build. To hopefully have them not complain as much about there not being anything to do once I open up the other paths. Because that spot would have been good for a transport ride, potentially. So, I'll try and leave it open. I guess alternatively I can put it over here. It's not that far away. Maybe I could fit a maze in here. So basically filling out this space, similar to how I was thinking I might place that one. Because I think for the maze I don't really want a queuing area. So, the entrance goes there. Best maze ever. Wow. Yep, there's just a box. Right. I do wonder if it's going to work. What if I just make it kind of open like that? Whoops, I ruined it. Yep, I ruined it. Okay. There? What? Huh? I don't know. I changed something. But yeah, I just want to know what happens if I just make the maze just be a completely open area. Or almost completely open. I guess I'll add some paths. Okay. And then exit. I'll go right here. There. Sure, they're gonna love it. It is now open. I'll just cram as many people as possible in here. Oh, look. They love it. Yep. Yep. Somehow they like this thing. I do wonder why. But it technically works. For some reason. I don't think they should get lost for too long. So. Why not? There. Making sure to save so I don't lose this. Absolutely perfect maze design. And let's see. Brick walls? Sure. And actually, can I make the entrance also be brick? I guess the brown version works a bit better with brick walls. There. I mean, the brick walls are quite a permanent feature, so there it feels like the entrance makes it should also look more permanent. Okay, have we unlocked any more theming stuff? No. At least not the ones that I want to add. Archery range. Or at least the thing that applies that there is an archery range. Maybe here. Sure. Is there an archer animatronic? Yes. I mean, that does go well together. So I have the animatronic here, and then have the target over here. Maybe it's a bit more visible from this angle. Not kinda. But the implication being that the animatronic is going to shoot people queuing for the ride or exiting the ride. I mean, it's not keeping people from queuing for it, so it works. Cart full of barrels. Yes. I mean, especially because I'm using the barrels as the bins for this part. So I feel like there needs to be a cart full of barrels somewhere. Just because it fits too well. I guess this spot. There. Something for people to look at. It definitely helps how rainy this area is. Parks finances are doing way better than they otherwise would. Okay, still need to add more suitable rides towards the other side of the park. I guess I could still add more of these with the higher intensities. So maybe one in this area. Like here? Oh, fine, I need to change the music on this ride. It's distracting me. Let's see. I don't hear that one. Tiny bit. I mean, it feels a bit less out of place, I guess. I feel like that can still pass for being vaguely medieval. Yeah, that as well. So... fantasy? Feels a bit less medieval. Yeah, that one works too. I'll go with that. Okay. Entrance and exit. Which I guess I can already change the colors on. So, there. There. And canvas. Okay. And then how long of a queue do I really want? Not that long of a queue. I do want a lot of people in this park, but I want them to really like the park. So, there. That one's on intense mode, so I guess I should actually make the exit a bit longer. And add some benches. There. And I'll extend the spiky looking fence. Just a tiny bit. There. Oh, right. Forgot. I also need to stop these paths from combining. I guess I can do more of this fence. It's a fun style of fence. Also put it around the entrance to make it fit in a bit better. And I still want to connect up the path. Yeah. Okay. At least they have a bunch of benches. And then maybe one more of those. Whoop, I zoomed way out. But only for a second. So, just I also have one at the highest intensity level, because somebody in this park is going to want that. I mean, some people are weird. Ooh, medieval theming items have unlocked. That's very nice. Okay, so how long do I really want the exit to be for this one? Kinda long, probably. I shouldn't have them walk a very silly distance. And I'll use this style for separating the path as I'm building it. So I'll go with that, then round here, and then there. So, oh, I missed the other side. Of course it's connecting here. Oh, and I also need to build the entrance. There. Okay. I think that should work. While still giving me a fair amount of space to add in benches. There. So many benches. And still want to have the style fit. There. There. And there. Okay. So that's now 3 of those at every one of the 3 intensity ratings. We've got 1 of them actually set to that. I do think the fence is maybe a bit much here. I feel like this amount works, but not more than that. See for scenery. Yeah, okay, it doesn't connect here. Wasn't sure. Okay. So. At least now there's all 3 intensity ratings available. And what do I build next? Or do I just open the area already? Like, there's at least something. Not much, but something. Maybe adding an ATM somewhere. Oh, right there. There are treasure chests available as a theming item. I feel like those need to be near the ATM. Just because it's important. So, where do I put that? Maybe around here. Okay. And look at some new theming items. There's not too many of them. Yeah. They don't look that much. But at least something. There, treasure chest. Obviously needs to be there. I'm not sure anyone says the Middle Ages looked bad. I mean, I wouldn't agree with that. Have you seen castles? They look like fun. Obviously, it doesn't mean that every building looked like that, but there were some decent buildings. Okay, so I'll add in stalls, I guess, near here. So, lemonade there. And the apples here. And another restroom. There. And an information desk. Okay. Just to try and keep people going. And then I need to still add benches. And bins. So, see for scenery. And probably underground view even. Okay. So definitely need to add benches at the top here. I'll just put them in some of the corners. To hopefully keep people from complaining too much. There. More benches near the stairs. Okay. Benches there. Benches and benches. Okay, got some benches up here. Just a bunch of benches, I guess. And probably should also add some bins. I guess in some of the longer sections. There. Bins here. So many bins. Keeping people from dropping their trash on the ground is expensive. Requires so many bins. And also people to empty those bins. There. And now some more benches. I guess some extra benches there. Some of these areas just feel like they should have benches in them. There. Okay. So, down the top of the wall, still need to add some benches along the other paths. I think that's the underground path here. Not the worst place to add benches. Maybe even along some of the stairs. Okay. There. At least the benches are available. Really hope the park rating's not going to tank as soon as I open this area. Like, I'm trying to make it work. There. I'm sure I've missed a bunch of spots, but as long as I've got most of them. Probably not nearly enough bins, now that I think of it. So, more bins, because otherwise the paths are going to look atrocious. Especially in this area. Because like, people can actually buy food there. There. More bins. Even more bins. Alright. I think I'll be risking it. I think that's on the main path. I didn't really mean to add the bins there. Alright. So, save. Because could go okay. Could go horribly wrong. And see the scenery again. So I actually see what I'm doing. Okay, that connects here. Connects here. Okay. And then I also need to open all the new stuff. So, there. Oh well. Open this one. I'll just do it manually. Because I don't understand how the other button's supposed to work. And open. Open. There. Now people magically have access to the entire park. Most of the park is just empty, but that's their problem. Should probably add more places for them to buy stuff. I guess the stalls could fit in decently well over here. Already looks like a market area. There. That shouldn't mess with anything else. Bathroom somewhere. I guess that can be over here. Okay, now at least there's stuff available in the general area. I still need to find it, but it is technically not that far away. Are they getting lost up here? I think they might be. Do hope most of them have a park map by now. Is the heart rating doing okay? It has dipped a slight bit, but I think it's not too bad. People are using the benches, so hopefully those help. And the number of guests is increasing. Is anyone even interested in these? Not sure. Don't think anyone has been on this ride. Yes, but that is always great. I guess technically I should be charging for the bathrooms, but well, the park is making money. It's not the most important. Nobody's queuing for it. Oh, no, one person queued. And anybody riding on this thing? Don't know, maybe. Okay. What do I want to build next? I mean, a coaster would probably be nice, but that's expensive. Just in case I haven't saved, because I'm not sure. Some cases I just kind of save without really thinking too much about it, which, I mean, at least it means I have saves. So, it's not the worst. Some people are queuing. And it looks like the benches are very necessary. So I'm glad I put them there. Might even add a first aid stall, because I did unlock those. And I'll put it right here. Because I think that might be the most intense ride in the park. Or at least, most likely to cause nausea. So. What about the other one? High nausea rating. Not very high, so. Still pretty bad. I guess I might want to add a first aid stall right here. To try and reduce the amount of cleanup. Okay. So. Didn't realize this entire area was just a bunch of paths. Kinda works. But might also cause problems with pathfinding. Or at least, like, they'll get lost, basically. Like, they'll find too many paths. New coaster design is coming up next. Good. And I guess people are buying stuff at these stalls. Yep, they sure are. Very nice. Oh, but this one's still closed. There were so many rainstorms. Why didn't the game tell me? Outrageous. Could have earned even more money. Just gonna add in another information kiosk around here. Just in case. Still getting stuck, yep. Figured. Especially once I saw this layout. How do I fix this? Probably just fewer paths. So, something like this, probably. They don't need to be that close to the flowers. I think that should help a bit. Or does it? I mean, maybe. It might be a slight improvement. But it's difficult to say for sure. I don't think the main path is causing too many issues. Some people might be getting lost because of it, but it's not even that long, so it's probably fine. I think this entire area is probably more likely to cause problems. Just because there's not too much to do. Oh, and this one. Forgot about this one. Oh boy. Yeah, that one's probably causing a lot of issues. So... can't really do anything about it, though. I mean, it won't really look the same if I change too much about it. Maybe there's a way to add in an information desk somewhere around here. Or near the entrance and exit to this thing. So, C4 scenery and underground view. Okay, so they're entering along here. So, those stairs. And this area. Okay. So I guess I could make some of it be one way. At least for entering the area. Can I at least change the color of this banner? It'll fit in slightly better, I guess. Which one's gonna be the entrance? Which one's gonna be the exit? I mean, this one has a bench, so I feel like that one's supposed to be the exit. But actually... Oh, there. Already had it open. There. That way people don't get too annoyed by it. And... there. That's supposed to be exit only. And then... underground, I think it's still two separate paths, yeah. Could I put an information desk underground? Possibly. I think that'd work. So... there, this orientation? Is that gonna work? See-through scenery again. It's difficult to really see if it's going to connect, but I think this should. There. It is now open. And then on this side as well. Underground. No? Underground here? No. Wait. It's not... it's not the worst. I think it's not low enough to actually fit. Yeah, I think the other path goes lower. As in, the one on the other side of the castle. This feels too low to actually have a chance of connecting for the path. It's difficult to really see. I guess this is just gonna be exit only as well. That's fine. They can enter the area from one side. And that side just happens to sell maps. But it should also limit the number of people who end up there in the first place, so... it might help. And they can just leave whichever way they want. Because they're likely to get stuck if they're there. So, don't want to mess with that at all. I think that's the first time I've placed the information kiosk underground. The question is it actually able to sell anything? I think it has already sold stuff. Good. Yeah, people are interacting with it, so it's good enough. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4 sections of stairs, I think. How many do we have here? I think that's 2 or 3? think it's 2. So that's probably why it doesn't fit. What's that one? Like, there was something that looked a bit like a... Well, I guess that is a doorway. So that's where they exit the underground area. Makes sense. But yeah, I'd have to redesign it to make it actually fit the information desk, so it's fine. They just have the one entrance for it. Or I guess I could make both sides actually work and have 2 information desks, but 1 is enough. They don't need to be on top of that castle. Yep, some guests are getting stuck. I mean, I do hope that all the exits are properly connected. Because for the new stuff I built, I should check that to make sure that's not causing problems. Is this one properly connected? I hope so. That might be. Yeah, it does look connected. Good. Okay, so I guess it's just the pre-built stuff being a bit too difficult for them to navigate. I mean, I could just block off this entire area if I really wanted. Seems like a shame to have it technically be accessible, but them just be restricted from entering the entire area. But they'd be allowed to exit it. So, it doesn't really feel... It feels wrong to have this area only be for the guests who are already there or staff. Because nobody else would be there. So, just limiting the number of people is probably the way to go. And trying to convince them to buy a park map. Speaking of which, maybe I reduce the cost on park maps. And I guess I can also split this area. So this is going to be the exit, or no, the entrance sign. Sure. And that means this would be the exit, I think. Yes. So this is the entrance side. This is the exit side. Okay. And I'm already confused. So this side is the exit side. Okay. So that would be adding in the banner here. I think now should be. So this is the exit, this is the entrance. And, well, on the bridge they can just go whichever way they want. And there's already people leaving trash. Of course they are. I guess I'll add some bins. Other than some guests getting stuck, which it doesn't seem to have a huge impact on park rating. Let's see. How many of them are currently complaining about being lost? There they are. 20 guests. And you are Like, are you carrying a park map? Yes. Okay. So even guests with park maps are getting lost. Not ideal. And you're walking on top of there. Which isn't even the most confusing part. Okay, you are... Where exactly? Oh, in the corner here. So it seems... It's not so much that the majority of them are getting lost up here. At least not anymore. They're just getting lost in general. Oh, they might be bad at reading the maps. But owning a map doesn't mean you know how to properly read the map. But you can't read the map if you don't have the map. You get lost without floor arrows. I mean, for me, I'd say I don't quite need that level. But I do like having signs put up that actually point in a direction. Because constantly needing to check a map and figuring out where you are on that map can be a bit difficult in some cases. Like, if there's no clear indication of where you are, then you kind of just need to have been following along on the map the entire time. So, that can be a bit challenging. Is this entire area just paths as well? Hope not. I think not. Okay. That's good. I mean... Bear's also quite strong, so... You can't just make it so massive that humans can't open it, but bears can. Because I think bears are probably quite a bit stronger than humans in that regard. Like, maybe there's some specific, like, movements where humans would be able to do it better, but yeah. Like, maybe, like, applying force from, like, specific angles, maybe they're humans would be more capable than a bear because of having hands. But yeah, feels like it's gonna be quite tricky. So I guess it has to be more of a puzzle of how to open it. Which probably makes it a lot more challenging and fun for the bears. Like having those mazes on cereal boxes, but like, well, for a full-grown bear. Sounds weirdly wholesome. I guess I might want to connect the path here. Maybe that would help people not get lost as much. I don't know. That path here. Do people want more rectangles in their paths? I don't know. I think now it's all connected. I think spinning stuff can be fun. Like, I personally don't really prefer to, like, be the one who's spinning, so like, if you're thinking of like a playground carousel thing, I'd prefer to push the carousel but not be inside of the carousel. Which is why I'm totally at home in a theme park that has so many different ways to end up motion sick. That is my specialty. Ending up motion sick. Speaking of the spinning thing, is there actually a way to change the speed of that? No. I don't think so. Any other stuff where I can change the mode to maybe add another one somewhere else? Like, without making the original one kind of useless. How's the maze doing? Satisfaction 70%. Favorite of 5 guests. Yes, 5 guests really like the complexity of this maze. I mean, I'm the one who built it, so. Some guests aren't able to find a place to buy food. Huh. Okay, yeah, there are a lot of hungry guests. And well, some of them are already near a place to buy food. You're not that far away from one. Where are you? Oh, here. Okay. Oh, I did not connect this path. Oops. There. That should work now. That might make it easier for people to find a place to get food. I think this one's connected. Yes. There is food available over here. Maybe I could add a couple more underground food stalls. Because why not? There is a fair amount of foot traffic down there, and it shouldn't mess with any of the buildings, I think. So... does it fit, though? That would be the area to add it. But that seems way too long. It might just not be down far enough for it to fit there. Fine. And I do think adding it anywhere else would ruin part of the design. I mean, that just feels wrong. Don't want to ruin these fancy castles. I mean, I could add stuff on top of the castle. I'll save just in case it still ruins stuff. But maybe I can get away with it. Yeah, why mean, it doesn't look too bad. It might even work. It would be nice if any of the park guests could acknowledge it so that I can be sure that it's working. No. Didn't acknowledge it. You're hungry and there's food right next to you. You just need to look. It's right there. It is right there. Okay, I think it's at the correct. Oh no, it's not the correct height. That's the problem. Fair enough. Whoops. So I'll get rid of that. And then get rid of this part of the path. And probably that one as well. And then there. That height. That should work. Now people should be able to buy stuff there. And there. Okay. That should work. And probably add more of those around. I mean, it should keep guests happy. Keeping guests happy is important. So. Golden benches and there. I'm copying over the height from the other one. Because since I read it in the manual, I now know how to do that. Teehee. It's pressing control. In case any of you are wondering. There. Should probably add some bins. See for scenery. Maybe add the bins on the stairs. Sure. And then just benches at the top. Because now people have even more reasons to stay up there for a while. And is there still space to add one more stall? Or I think that's probably too close to the tower. Probably shouldn't do that. That will destroy stuff. Probably add stuff here. Is this the same height? It appears to be the same height. So. And copy over the height there. And then doesn't seem to work properly. Copy the height. Yeah, not working properly. That's okay. I think this would be the correct height. Is that going to work? It looks like it's connected, so. And I do hope it didn't mess with the stairs. Still looks functional. Okay. Should probably add in more bathrooms to places. Can't find the restrooms. Exactly. Figured that that would be the next big complaint. Which is why I'm starting to add more. So that would probably be a good spot. Might even do more stalls, not just the restroom. And I don't think it... Oh, wait. That is way high up. Oops. So, let's try that again. There! That's the correct spot. And yeah, I think it didn't ruin anything. Okay. And then deleting those. Whoops. What did that do? Maybe it was just deleting the benches. And then... there. And this stall as well. There. You don't get many different food options at this park, but at least they are available in a lot of different places. As in, a lot of different locations. But they are identical options. Should probably find more spots to put stuff. Like, how are the people up here feeling? Well, not too upset, actually. Mostly bored. Well, this one's hungry. I guess this could have been a good spot to add it. So... need to add a food stall, I think. And will I manage to get it to the correct location and height? It is a mystery. I think that's the correct one. There you go. You can now buy food here, I guess. Okay. Any other spots where the path can be altered a bit without destroying anything? Yeah, I think this spot. Maybe that one would be a good one for an information desk. I guess back here would be another option to add stuff. But yeah, this one's going to be an information desk because they can approach it from two sides. And I guess that one could be another bathroom. So there. Wrong button. There. I think that's the correct height. And bathroom. I think it worked. Okay. This looks good. And I'll make the umbrellas different colors at the different information kiosks. Because why not? This one can be like greenish. There, good enough. Now there's the one underground here. That one's gonna be darkest color I have, because dark underground. And was there another one somewhere? Change the color of that one, and that one. I think I didn't change this one. Yes. The market area is gonna be pink. Because the flowers are pink, so. Good enough. So now I should be able to tell, at least for the ones that I've recently placed or recently changed the color of. Okay. I mean, the number of guests is going up and the park rating isn't suffering too badly, so. Even though there are guests getting lost, overall it's not really ruining stuff, so. Are the ones here especially hungry or anything? They seem to be doing fine. No, that one isn't. Fine. So maybe I should also change some stuff here. At least give them the option to get food. And drinks. I feel like this area makes the most sense. So, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. And then bathroom. Let's have the correct orientation. There. That should now work. I ran out of cash. Oops. I am spending a lot on building all this stuff, so. Hope the running costs. Yeah, the running costs have gone way up. That's gonna be a problem. That is definitely going to be a problem. I don't think I have enough park guests to justify the amount of stuff I've built. Whoops. It's fine. I can almost afford it. Almost. Almost. Eventually. Maybe. And come on. Tiny bit more. Yes. Built it. Still can't build the other one. Like, I'll probably have to make stuff more expensive. Like, I think for all the lemonade stalls, I could probably ramp up the price a bit. There. And these stalls as well. Okay. I think that should work. Or I hope it would work. But I guess once the stalls have been around for a bit, I'll be able to really see which ones are making a giant loss and should just be removed. There, I'll charge for the toilets. Maybe that's gonna be enough to make a difference. Because using the restroom... Well, requires upkeep to keep the restroom nice. So, they might as well help me pay for that. I've placed a lot of them. Okay. Yeah, of course the first aid rooms are losing money. Restrooms are also losing money, but hopefully not as much anymore now. And the stalls, I mean, some of them are kind of useless. I think that's the one I just opened, so I feel like this one has an excuse at least. Come on, somebody needs to buy lemonade. Someone out there. Anyone. No. I guess I could add another information kiosk up here. Some of these guests don't have umbrellas yet. I'm sure they'd like to. Well, I don't have the money. Come on, umbrella money. Please fix my finances by buying more umbrellas. You there, why don't you have an umbrella yet? I'm sure you'd be way more comfortable if you were carrying an umbrella. Oh well. At least the rain did help. I might also be able to ramp up the entrance fee a tiny bit. Number of guests is going down though, so shouldn't increase it too much. Just a tiny bit. Just a bit. There. And yeah, number of guests officially going down. Not really what I was hoping for. Maybe it's kind of the rain that they were leaving. I don't know. Wait, that's also the entrance. Well, people are entering on the other side as well. It works. Are any of them getting so lost on that bridge that they immediately leave? I hope not. It is a bit of a confusing bridge. I mean, the entrance is a bit confusing overall. They're just wandering around that bridge. Cash has increased, so yeah. I guess now's the time to add in that last stall. Nope. Nope, the money disappeared. And now I wait. And hope for the best. In this case being another 200 euros. Come on. Gotta flush those toilets up more to earn me that much. Halfway there. 100 left, come on. Getting pretty close to the 300, and yes. Teehee. Okay. And I guess I'll add more benches. People probably need them up here. With how lost all of them are. Benches, benches, more benches. So many benches. Gonna rain again. I'm still tempted to add an information desk up here. Like maybe right in this spot. It's difficult to really see which part of the path I'm deleting, but I think this should be the correct spot. If I want them to be able to run all the way around. So, right there, yes. And then there. And sure, that orientation. Now they can buy a bunch of things on top of the castle. Including umbrellas. Hopefully some of them do. Nobody has bought anything yet. Come on, buy things. Nope. Maybe the information desk was kind of useless. Yeah, probably. Oh well, it's there now. I don't want to remove it. Okay. 700 guests. How many were required again for the scenario? Probably a lot more. But how many exactly? Most confusing park layout award. Good. Very good. 1,500 guests, so I'm halfway there. Almost. Yeah, almost halfway. I guess I'll save again. Good toilet flush. Yeah, I worked very hard to get that award. It is a confusing layout. So, a couple of guests are complaining about running low on cash. So I guess I need to add more ATMs around. I guess I'll just put them like somewhere that's a bit more busy, like that spot. Like if I put it in an area that nobody walks in, then it doesn't really make sense. I think this area kind of works. It's very far away from the other ATM, so well, It's fairly far away. And maybe one more ATM somewhere over here. Oh, I don't think you can really do much except for just redesigning it. But, like, I want to use as much of the original castle as I can. So. Feels wrong to just redesign the castle. There. Local members of the Battle Reenactment Society are rather serious about their hobby. They've entrusted you with the job of constructing a Dark Age theme park on the grounds of Cliffside Castle. I feel like I shouldn't be tearing down the castle. Feels a bit wrong to tear down the castle. Nice rainbow of umbrellas. Oh right, I forgot about changing the color for this one. I guess it is the top of the castle, so grey umbrellas. Yeah. And I think I already changed them. Fire grey umbrellas. Do it. Yes, buy more grey umbrellas. I could take a look at the new theming elements that I haven't really explored. So these do look kind of interesting. Some smaller castle elements. Tiny tint. Another cannon, but I think this one doesn't actually fire. Another target? So a slightly different archery target. Because there was one in here. Yeah, so that one's... That's a completely different target from that target. I mean, this one's different colors, and it doesn't have arrows sticking in it. I don't know why there's two. Clearly there's some things that they really prioritized, and archery targets are on that list. I wonder which part of the park is currently the most profitable. I mean, not the rides. It's can't charge for those. But I do think people are probably buying those photos. Like, there has been profit. But I think that's... I do think that would be running costs minus income over the entire existence of this ride, so that is actually a positive number, so that's nice. Here, so Witch's Brew is actually the most profitable out of all those stalls. A hat stall! It's selling so many hats. I guess I need to charge more for those hats. Because clearly they're not managing to keep this hat stall profitable, so... thinking this price should still be within the acceptable range. That one information kiosk at the start is definitely quite profitable. Yep. Is this thing making the most money in the entire park? Potentially. It is quite possible. The restrooms are still making a loss overall, but less. None of them are making a profit. But at least now they're not draining the budget as much. So... it is technically a slight improvement. I will take it. So... do I want to build any buildings? That is an idea. Yep. But that would have been a good half wall for the area at the start where I was looking for a half wall. I think that one kind of fits. It's not 100% what I had in mind, but closer than the other options. So. I do like those huts. They look kind of cozy. There. I'll add in one just because I like the look of them. Even if they're a bit out of place. Guess I could add another like, tree or something around it. Oops, that's a castle element. Yeah, of course, now I can't see any of it. Little ways are too big. I guess that's what works. There. Teeny tiny forest within the castle, for no apparent reason. What could I add next? Like, I guess the next big thing would be a large coaster somewhere. But, like, where? And people are still getting lost. Any transport rides? Nope, still nothing. Am I even able to unlock any? Technically, I guess. Which one just unlocked that one? Right. Somehow I was mixing up those two. Like, They feel kind of identical. I guess that one's supposed to be faster than this one. Don't know. But those are the main themed coasters. Oh, those are rats at least. It's vaguely themed. Okay, I think I need more mechanics. I just have one. Yeah, I need more mechanics. There, now I've got 2. They'll be unstoppable. I mean, how many rides do I now have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different rides that those 2 mechanics need to keep going. Yeah. So hopefully that's actually gonna work. Queue time 6. This ride has some excessive queues. Huh. Maybe I can change something. No. I don't think so. I can't add TVs for the queue. I'd assume the guests are complaining, aren't they? I mean, how would they not be? Yeah, queuing for ages, exactly. And people complaining they can't even find it. Interesting. How can you not find it? It's right there. Okay then. I mean, maybe I'll just move entrance and exit over here and make them quite a bit shorter that way. So, close the ride. Everybody out. And then entrance and exit go over here. There. Entrance. Exit. Can't queue for as long if there's a shorter queue length area. Yeah. At least they can't extend queue any further than I build it. Even slightly tempted to move the entire thing over. Well, it wouldn't really fit that well here. At least for having a very short queue. Could make it connect over that way. I think I'll just redesign it by having it over here instead. Actually, probably gonna be nicer if I move this one, because then I don't have to deal with the entrance design anymore. So. There. And entrance and exit. Sure. Entrance. Exit. There. That leaves some space over here to add something else. But it feels like a more reasonable spot for this. I don't think it's that popular. So, might as well get it out of the way. I mean, that one's new. But still no transport ride available. I wonder if I can turn one of the other rides into a transport ride by just having a bunch of different stations. Maybe? Look. At least some of these are actually powered vehicles, so maybe that one would work. But I'll definitely save before I try that. That's gonna be an expensive mistake. So... I start it back here. Well... I do need to go over top of that path, so... need to leave some room for that. Okay. Then... well, maybe slightly. So if I have the station platform more along here, then it should be easier to have entrance and exit not interfere with the ride itself. I don't know if I need a longer station platform. I'm at least slightly worried that there's not going to be enough ride vehicles. Because this ride is going to be kind of ridiculous. Okay. So. I guess here I try and raise this ride up high enough. That's enough. Is it? Yeah, that's high enough. That wouldn't be. Right. Nope. Okay. But now I know. There. So, the other entrance, I feel like it should be over there. So... there. Yes, that's over top of the path. And... I'll have to... stall, and then how do I structure this? to fit the entrance and exit. Obviously. So, down to the proper height. And then I hope to not tear down the castle by accident. This, good. And then can't really have a very long station platform now. Oh well. I guess alternatively I could just have the station platform be up here. So what's the length of the other one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 2, 3, 4. Okay. I guess I could have it go along the outside. Oh no, I just deleted a bunch of that building. Didn't mean to do that. Will I be able to fix it? You know, I hope so. Looks close enough. There? Yeah, I'll say that counts. So... There's some space on that side. So I should just have them turn over there. And then hopefully this won't interfere with the building. Okay. And then a bit too close for another station platform, so seems like that shouldn't interfere with anything, but I can't continue that path then. Gonna be good enough. Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's enough room between the buildings here, so... Wait, is it actually the... Okay. It's not what I thought was going on. It's just a really strange building. But yeah, not enough space on that side. I guess I could go around this way. Behind the ATM. And hope that it doesn't destroy stuff here. Looks like it's working. Maybe. Oh, I think that destroyed something. Yeah, pretty sure it did. That doesn't look too bad. It could be worse. Sure, there's a tiny bit of the castle missing now, but... Well, actually, not really able to go there, so... Fine, I'll try and fix it. There, that and that. I think that was what got destroyed. That wasn't too bad. So... maybe I'll just stop it at the station platform. I am just testing it. So. Would it then go back and forth between those two? I do think I'd have to have a loop. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work, but I'll try it. I'll put the entrance closer. Okay, so this thing, will it work? Probably not. At least not with the current layout. Okay, but I'll reload. Not save. No, I said not save. Reload. There. Anyway. I'll just test it in a small area to get a very clear answer on if this will work. Technically, entrance and exit don't need to be functional, so... And then entrance, no. Entrance, there, and exit, there. So, would this ride have any way of working? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Because it has 2 station platforms. Well, actually, maybe it would work. It is stopping at both of them. So I guess it would work as a transport ride. Alright. I guess I'll actually genuinely try it. Because at least having 2 station platforms doesn't disqualify it from working as a ride. But maybe around here is actually a better area to add it. It's nice and open. And people are probably very annoyed with how long this path is, so feels like a good candidate. Okay. I do think there might be a slight issue with them not finding the ride thrilling enough and therefore not using it. So, I do think that might be the case. Oh well. There. And then... Nope. Not quite high enough to not destroy the fence. Okay. Alternatives to this design. Let's see. As first I fix the fence. There. So, if I have entrance and exit over on this side, would that be any easier? What about station platform being like this? Maybe that would work. There. And then entrance, exit. There. And I do hope that's not going to destroy this building. It didn't. Good. Then... need to go high enough to not destroy stuff. I think that's going to destroy the wall of the castle. That would be a problem. So... maybe turning around like that. And then... up, up, and up. Flat. Maybe not up quite that far. There, now it can go over top of itself. And I think I should have enough space for the return trip side. Okay. Then... there. Okay, that should work. Then... the castle was already there. Which is why I'm trying not to destroy it by accident. There, more space for the other side. Yeah, I do quite like the way it looks. There. Then... right, not the station platform yet, because I want it nudged over a bit. There. How long is this station platform? I think that's 4 tiles? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So, let's do that again. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I guess I'll also build the other side. There. And then up to this height. There. And a bit further. Small turn. Small turn. Bit further. Small turn. Small turn. Yes. There. And that can go over top of the other station platform. Okay. Sure. I guess. Like, technically I could make 2 station platforms on top of each other. I'll go with that. Already going very silly with this, so... there. Stacked station platforms. I mean, it is supposed to be a transport ride, so... there. Guess I'll continue the bottom one. This That one needs to go back up to the proper height. So I think this one's gonna take a shortcut. Meanwhile, this one goes the longer route. There. And then... I think I might be able to fit a station platform there. Hopefully without destroying the castle. There. And then... well... I think a bit more so the other one can be stacked on top of this one as well. Or actually, I think this one's not going to be stacked because I think this is going to be the end of the line station, basically. So... I think that should work. And then back up to the proper height. Oops, went too high again. There. And then I'll do a big turn. Kind of. And then... I guess that can be a big turn. And then... right, need to connect over here. So... big turn. And then... yeah, need to go around the information kiosk. And... around here. Sure, can go over top of the path for a tiny bit, and then... there. 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 Okay. So... entrance and exit already added here. Then entrance and exit here. Oh boy, I kind of forgot about the ones on this side, but I guess it kind of works. Exit. Exit. I had it for a second there. Why is that one being so glitchy? There. Got it. And then... entrance and exit here. Okay. Only one of those is actually going to require for me to build the path properly. And I guess, similar to the other side, I'll just not really have a queue. There. And... there. White marks on paths. Right. There. Then... okay, that is already the correct height. So that means if I do this... yep, that works. Okay. Guess I open it. And we'll see if anybody is interested. it is weird. It is definitely weird. I'll have the vehicles moving around a bit more. Like, let's say every 30 seconds. And still want to change the design of the entrance. Well, that's a bit silly. Yeah, I'll go with the same as before. There. And yeah, good enough, I guess. There. No? I think... Did that change anything? No. Okay, it was already the correct way around. It's fine. It should work, I think. It's currently being tested. So there is that. I think if I wait for a bit, then those vehicles should be able to start moving. I mean, it's gonna take a while for the test results. I mean, I'll just open it. It'll be fine. I'll save. I hope there's not gonna be a fiery explosion, but just in case. Just in case. Oh boy, that queue at the end. Yeah, the first vehicle's on its way back. Yay! I do wonder if anyone's gonna use this thing. Are people using it here? Yeah, they are. Alright. There's people on the ride. The ride is moving very slowly. But it's moving. My very janky improvised transport ride is transporting people. So. That is what it's supposed to do. Like, are people actually exiting when they reach a platform? They should be exiting out here. I think. Aren't they? There they are. Yep, so it's working. It is a transport ride, technically. It is moving. Just very, very slowly. Okay. Do hope that ride is going to improve things slightly. I mean, how many people fit in one vehicle? 2. And it's 31 vehicles, so that's 62 people who could be on this ride at the same time. So actually, that's not too bad. That should keep a few people off the path. Well, thank you. I didn't build the castle, I just built the stuff inside the castle. Not this, but the rides. I added those. I have been to some medieval-ish castles. Can't remember which exact era they were from, so close enough. People do seem to like the transport ride, so that's nice. These two stations are quite close together. Oh well. That was more of a proof of concept anyway. But maybe I'll put a ride right here. And then this is the shortcut to get to that ride. Obviously now it's researching the monorail. Typical. But I just built my transport ride. Who wouldn't want to ride trains if the trains were cat-shaped? So. Clearly I've just found a way to improve trains. I mean, I'm sure there's still plenty more to improve about the park. No longer the most confusing park. Or at least I no longer have the award for it. I'll just consider that a good thing. Yeah, people are, weirdly enough, using this transport ride, so. I mean, it works. There's not too many gaps between the vehicles, so. Shouldn't even take too long. It's just very slow. I guess by now it should actually have a rating. Yep, low on everything. And it actually says the different ride times. So the longest section is 1 minute 33 seconds. And it's 205 meters. Okay then. And it works. Like, yeah, now it's unlocked the monorail, but why? I already built my silly transport ride. Clearly, I didn't need to wait for the monorail. And clearly, my version is just as good as the monorail. And it has cats. Not as many guests lost anymore. Previously it was like 20 guests, now it's 11. And there's more guests in the park now. So. Somehow I made the park less confusing. I'll take it. And somehow the park is also quite profitable. Not sure how that has happened, but it is nice. Probably do an advertising campaign to try and cram more people in here. Because the park doesn't look that crowded. So. Guess I'll just do a campaign for the entire park. Sure. I mean, it's a big investment, but I do want a bunch of people here, so. Welcome to this park. We have strange rides. Oh, yeah. It does feel like there's already an influx. Yeah, I do think at least some of those people are already responding to the ad. Okay. Should probably add a few more handymen. I'll just go for 10 of them. Sure. Because more guests does mean that there's going to be more to clean up. Pretty sure there's some stuff up here as well. And yeah, there's already stuff getting destroyed as well. There's some hiring security as well. Sure. There. 6 security guards instead of just 1. Maybe a few more mechanics. Or just 1 more mechanic. There. Okay. Hope that's going to help. And I'll try and repair the stuff that was already broken. So, that's broken bench, I think. Broken bits that I'm seeing at this point. Or at least I'm not noticing any. I guess it really was just that one corner where somebody got upset and decided to break stuff. It's fine. Surprised how good the rest of the park looks. Usually by the time I notice that stuff's broken, everything's broken. Or close to everything. Case here. Don't even have more benches here. Because this area feels like it should have already had some benches. There weren't any. Okay. More benches near the main path. Bins. More bins, sure. And a couple more benches. There. I guess I could add more lanterns around. They do fit with the theming, kind of. Don't know if they really do anything. Best value park. Again. So I should probably ramp up the price again, but I also want more people in this. So maybe I don't ramp up. Just really try and burn as much money through selling stuff inside. Oh, there are people, well, a fair number of people leaving at the moment. Not too happy about that. Why is this person walking to so slow? Okay. Well, I'm not sure how this person never managed to get any food or find a spot to sit. It's kind of impressive with how many I added. Oh well. Can't convince everyone. I guess I can try and make the entrance area look a bit more appealing. That large table. That looks vaguely inviting, I guess. There, that way around. That's totally where the food was cooked that is now on this table. And I'll add another bucket. It's fire safety. And I feel like somewhere I should have a hay bale and a dragon breathing fire at it. Where? I feel like it should be somewhere in the corner. Like here, yes. That's the spot. It will be perfect. Yes, there. Not sure if there's anything else I can really add to that. All the plants look quite lively and well watered, so. I guess the next thing would be to build another big coaster. This person sitting here, kind of watching the show of the dragon animatronic pretending to set the hay on fire. Yep. So, this person is really thirsty. Are you going to buy yourself something to drink? Or are you just going to not do that? Now you notice you're thirsty. Wow. Okay. So the next drink stall is really far away in that direction. Is that gonna go okay? We shall see. Yep. Already lowering that park guests mood. Okay. I do hope it'll work out, because otherwise that would kind of indicate that there's probably a bunch of park guests having the same exact problem. So, out here, like there are drink stalls around. Like this is a drink stall, I think. Where are you going? Yep. Might be heading towards it. No, no. Maybe I'm confused. There, okay. Finally found it. Wow. Yep, Worked eventually. And yes, got the lemonade. And it's back to being happy. Good. How long does that take to actually reduce the thirst? I think it's already reduced a tiny bit. Yep, yep. It's going down. I wonder if it's gonna take more than one lemonade. Because I hadn't really paid attention to that before. Like, how long it actually takes them to consume drinks and food. So, still consuming it. I think it's this person right here. So, what are you going to do after you finish your lemonade? Sure hope you're not going to drop the cup on the ground. So that would be bad. Advertising campaign is done. Okay. Didn't really change the number of guests as much as I expected it to. But I think there were also quite a few people leaving the park. So maybe that was causing the problems. Yeah. How are the finances doing? Not the worst, I guess. Yeah, the advertising campaign didn't really do much. Maybe a different advertising campaign. How about free soup for 3 weeks? So, back to walking, and it did fully deal with thirst. So, they don't have to buy multiple drinks in order to fill up the entire bar. So, that's good. Oh boy, it's a mess up here. I guess I'll add more bins, fewer benches. There. Maybe now people won't leave as much of a mess. And you go clean up here. You clean up here. Thank you. And I'll probably have to section out the entire park to have different patrol routes for all the handymen. At least that mess is now cleaned up. And hopefully the new bins will prevent it from reoccurring. Because that was quite the mess. Oh well. Who says castles are all about being practical? Yeah, this is just one of the scenarios. Including all the medieval themed rides. mean, I do need to drink more. Well, I actually made 2 new animated emotes, so that was pretty neat. And I finally now have an electric fan that's currently helping me not melt, so yeah. I mean, right now it's not actually too warm, it's just that the humidity is also quite significant. So the combination of temperature and humidity does make it feel quite uncomfortable. But now that the air is moving, that actually helps a lot. Guessing this ride broke down recently, because it was completely empty there. I don't know. Is it? There are quite a few guests in the park now. And it looks like the new bins are helping, so that's good. Not really seeing any new piles. There's definitely still some parts of the path that need more cleaning, but could be worse. Especially considering how busy the park currently is. Those are the fangs. Not sure if you've noticed, but spiders, they have fangs. But usually they're curled back like that, because usually they're not busy biting something. You can even kind of show it off. So. In case any of you are scared of spiders, I do have... It's essentially a spider action figure, but it can look somewhat convincing, so you've been warned. But there. So you see the front of the spider's face. So you've got like these bits, and then down here are the actual pointy bits of the fangs. So yeah, that's basically like the part of the fang that isn't actually pointy. That's what that is. Don't know if it has a specific term, because well, I'm a spider enthusiast, not a spider expert. As long as what's not porcelain. The spider? Yeah, it's like a... I think silicone or something. It's kind of bendy, so... Definitely not porcelain. Okay, looks like overall the path is no longer causing too many problems. Yeah, I do know about that specific part. And I believe it's never explained why he's afraid of porcelain. Like, I think somewhere they hint at explaining it later and they never do. Or something. Or at some point he's asked and responds along the lines of, oh, you don't want to know. So we just never find out. Oh well. They can start selling balloons. Probably try and cram it in to a space near a ride that's otherwise not really in use. I guess here would also work. Porcelain balloons, I mean, there's probably some, like, well, let's say like garden ornament that's basically a balloon made of porcelain. Or maybe porcelain would be the wrong term for it. I don't know if porcelain would be suitable to put outdoors. Anyway, balloons. What color should they be? I mean... I'll go with vaguely organ-colored. Because I don't know how else they would have had balloons in the Middle Ages. There. I mean, I don't know if they actually have balloons, but... how would you really be able to make them? With medieval techniques. Yeah, true, true. Good point. Yes, exactly. Look, I don't know if it was specifically just ladders, but yeah. I'm not aware of anything else that would have really held on to air well enough, so. Yep. Hence vaguely organ colored. I feel like there should be another balloon stall somewhere. Sure, that's what works. And these balloons are gonna be like the darker shade. Sure. Yes. Both of them like vaguely organ-y. Close enough. Okay. So. I mean, there's probably other stuff that's been unlocked. Actually, research, let's see. The monorail is the only transport ride. Nothing else that I'm able to unlock. Just the monorail. Okay. I guess that works. And no more scenery. Some more gentle rides, coasters, thrill rides, and shops and stalls. I mean, the souvenir stall is still missing. I think it specifically want them to focus on thrill rides, and I'll give it maximum funding. Pretty sure the marketing campaign is ended ages ago. Probably. But then again, there are over 900 people in the park now, so probably worked. So half price entry to the park for 2 weeks. Might be worth it. Park's already quite cheap, so. Because the main way to really make money off of these guests is to sell them a bunch of things. And then have them go to the ATM to get even more cash, to spend even more of it. Okay, a bunch of them are hungry, but already heading towards, well, something. Most of them food stalls, I think. Then some of them are struggling to find restrooms. No restroom up here, fine. What is this person? See through scenery? Yeah, doesn't work on here. No clue. I don't know where this person is. Somewhere. Maybe I can find a way to add more bathroom stalls around here somewhere. I think this wasn't low enough to add anything down there. So maybe up here somewhere? Don't want to destroy part of the castle. Well, the person has found a restroom, so good enough. Could have been worse. I guess I can also check if people are saying that specific stuff is especially cheap. Some people are saying the lemonade is quite affordable, same for the apples, but I think there's quite a few people buying them. So, only a few people saying that they're good value makes me think that I shouldn't change the price. So, could make the balloons more expensive. The balloons aren't, like, they're more of a luxury item. This area is a mess. Oops, didn't mean to do that. I wanted you to clean up these. There. Okay. Candied apple stall. That's basically the one I already had. And this road needs to be fixed. Okay. Yep. It has definitely broken down. Any of the mechanics able to actually deal with that one? Oh yeah, this one already seems pretty close to it. Not bad. I guess I have to walk to a specific part. We just went past one of the stations. Okay. still walking. I don't know how going that way is going to help at all. Okay. I guess he's gonna walk on top of the wall? For no good reason. So... should be visible now-ish? Somewhere around here. There he is, yes. Okay. Really don't know why he's walking up there, though. That is basically the least convenient way to get to the other side. Like, if he walked the direct path, he would have been there already. But not this way. Yep. Yeah, I guess I should consider organizing the mechanics better. Because this is a mess. So... I guess out of the other mechanics... try and figure out where they are. Yep, you are in an area you don't need to be in. So... this can be your patrol route. There. And nothing over that way. Okay. And this way. We shouldn't be able to suddenly end up there, so that should work. And then I guess this one. Okay. There. And then I plop you into your new area. Okay. And then the other ones were currently responding to emergencies, so I didn't want to interrupt that. Should probably just get another mechanic. And then your area is going to be the rather busy one over here. Okay. Those ones. It's not as many raids as I thought I had. Okay. There. That should work. Okay. And then... right, still need to make sure you're actually in your area. And then this one, and this region. Okay. I think that should be all of it. Your area. So you should be in your area. You're not. Which area are you supposed to be in? Over here. Okay. Now you should be in your area, I think. Are you? Yes. Okay. Yep. And... Yep. Looks good. So maybe now the rides will not have as many problems. And having one mechanic who's just roaming around in general is probably good for just safety. Because I'll probably forget about something at some point. Or there might already be a ride that currently isn't part of any of the patrols. But for now, the park is doing okay. See. So some of the people who are leaving seem to be leaving because they're miserable. So I wonder how they ended up like that. There are so many food stalls and drink stalls that I would have thought they would all be able to find something. But maybe it's people who didn't buy a park map? There. You. Do you have a park map? Or you? You had a park map. And you were in the park for 43 minutes. And somehow... Oh, I guess maybe ran out of energy. Yeah. And you just never had a park map. Well, no wonder. Just buy a park map. I'll just make the park maps cheaper. There, 20 cents for a park map. Sure hope everyone gets one. It's purposefully cheap. Well, it's not like that's impossible. So I guess at some point they found a food stall or a drink stall or both. Just not frequently enough. Let's see, how many park guests are currently lost? 2 or 3. 2? There. Now it's 5, 7, 8, 9, 8. It's like me checking it made the numbers spike all of a sudden. Still, out of 900 and something guests, less than 10 of them being lost. It's really not bad. I guess I could have checked, like, out of those guests who are lost, how many of them actually have a map? Where is the group now? Is there nobody lost in the entire park anymore? There. 8 of them at the moment. So, carrying a map. Okay. carrying a map, so that's 2 out of, well, 3 out of 3. 4 out of 4. This one... Okay, so 4 out of 5 guests were carrying a map. That's 5 out of 6 guests. 6 out of 7. That's 6 out of 8. So that's 7 out of 9. And 8 out of 10 guests. I think I miscounted. Either way, most of them are actually carrying a map and still manage to get lost. I mean, there will probably be parts of the path that I could redesign. Just don't know if I should. Feels too risky. I don't want to break all the existing stuff. This path. Maybe I should redesign some stuff about it. Like, maybe only being able to enter it from specific spots. There. But then being able to exit it forever. Just to have fewer people getting stuck in there. I feel like that side can also be a no entry side. Okay. Then maybe some of the other paths as well. I mean, I don't want to do too much of that, because it's likely to cause problems. So I think this path is connected all the way over there. No easy way to connect these without destroying stuff. Oh well. Maybe I could redesign this area. Like, this seating area seems kinda useless. Well, as in, it's not being used. It's not like benches don't have a use, but there's hardly anyone sitting there, so. Okay. Here. Oh. Wrong button. Okay. And this section. There. I guess if anything I can give options to go view it up close. Something like that. There. And then have a couple of benches there. And some things. Okay. Now I think it shouldn't cause as many issues with pathfinding. I mean, I could even do a big circle there. But then it's getting into riskier territory again. And I could also reduce the path size here. It doesn't need to be that wide. There. And then get rid of those fences. Up here. There. And probably also get rid of this. There. It can be just this small section. It's this way. Shouldn't be quite as easy to get lost. How about this area? Well, I don't think people are really getting lost here. Doesn't look like it. Well, that's good. I mean, it also doesn't need to be this wide. It works. Same for the main path. I feel like some areas might slowly be getting a bit too crowded now. And this ride is broken again. Of course it is. Which mechanic is supposed to respond to that? Oh, he's already responding. Okay. Guess that works. But specifically the one who doesn't have a patrol route. Okay. Maybe I need to expand the area this guy is patrolling in. Maybe that was the problem. There, that station platform should be in that guy's area. maybe it'll work now. And I guess I'll increase the number of inspections for the different rides. Let's do reliability. Battering Ram Coaster is pretty bad reliability, so more inspections. Okay. This one's, well, even worse. Let's do every 10 minutes, I guess. No, 20 minutes, because I think it's kind of a busy area. And this one, every 20 minutes, probably. Okay. Then I already changed the number on that one. I guess I'll do, if it's a below 50% reliability, then they have to be inspected every 20 minutes. There. Hopefully that helps. I mean, the reliability of this thing is just bad. Maybe because it's one of the oldest rides in the park. That could definitely be part of the problem. Ferris wheel just got unlocked. Lovely. That doesn't feel like it's in this section though. Ah, that's why. Okay, then focus on the gentle rides. So, this one just got unlocked. And that one a while ago, probably. So, another ride to show people other attractions. I guess that one actually would make sense to be around this section. Like actually near the entrance. Sure, I'll have the ride technically be facing the entrance of the park. Go for 100 meters again. Approximately. Okay. And entrance and exit. And changing the theming. There. 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 That works. Okay. The thing itself, I'll just also make it brown-ish. Good enough. Just trying to make it all look like it's made of medieval materials, in this case, wood. Which I'm sure would be very safe. Actually the wrong mode. Close it and switch to downward launch. There. That's more like it. It's basically the same ride as this one, but this one rotates. This one doesn't. Intensity is a bit high. Whoops. I guess that's why it's not that popular. I think I might have to make this one less intense. How's the rating on this one now? Not available yet. Oh. Less intense. Good. Guess that's probably a good thing to have this one available when the other one's not as suitable. So, yeah. Well, this one is still at the silly rating. Intensity of 11.48. So, there are people queuing for that. Somehow. Preferred intensity less than 11. This is more than 11. Oh well. Close enough. Preferred intensity between 2 and 13. Well, they got what they wished for. Yeah, this one seems more suitable for the general population. Oh boy, the other one's a bit bad. It's a bit of a slow one, so probably a good thing to not have too many guests queuing for it. 192 per hour. So I think that's the number of guests who can be on the ride. Like, there's definitely math to be done here. Like, you can check how many people can queue in one section of the queue. And then calculate if it would still be an acceptable queuing time. I mean, currently it's 3 minutes, which I don't think that's too bad. Speaking of which, I can check the queue time on the other rides. I guess now it's lower just in general. But it's actually one of the longest queue times in the park, so it's probably good to keep that one shorter. If anything, I can add another one. Yeah, this one just... I think I can shorten the queue on that. I don't think it needs to be quite this long of a queue. So, currently nobody even on the ride, I think. So, I'll close it for a second. And I think I'll even make it this short for queue. Because I don't think the rest of it is really used ever. So, this is good enough. Well, this person signed up for it. I guess now that the queue is way shorter, people are just lining up. How many can go on this one? 16. Fine. Okay, I need to have a slightly longer queue than this. This is a bit too short. I feel bad for kicking them out. people will keep on queuing. And it'll keep on not being... Well, actually now people might stop queuing because it's raining already. If it rains for long enough, I don't think anyone's gonna line up while it's raining. So... I could also technically disconnect the queue at this point, but I think I want the entrance here and then shortest line I can connect from there. It is still slightly shorter than it was before. Not much shorter, but oh well. I don't want to move the entire thing, so. I just don't want the queue so short that the ride is basically never at capacity. So that's gonna cause problems. Meanwhile, how is this one doing? We are managing to fit a lot of people into this thing. But it does only fit 8 people. Whereas the other one fits 16. So having too long of a queue for that one is probably quite a bad idea, so I'll not do that. I think they take pretty much the same amount of time, but one of them has twice the capacity. Guests go on specific rides. Well, seemingly not in that view, at least. How about this one? 228 per hour. Okay. More than I expected. How about this one? 180. How is it that low? Well, I guess I need to build more exciting coasters, because that's a bit of a letdown. I mean, that might be the main thing holding this park back, that it doesn't really have one big exciting coaster. So, I should probably invest in that. 696 people per hour using this one. That is ridiculous. I think that might be the highest capacity of any ride in the park. But there could also be 62 people, I think it was. Or was it 64 people who could be on that ride at the same time? I think it was 62. But yes, obviously this big empty space would be the perfect spot for a coaster. So I could try and add to the existing one, yeah. But it was built ages ago, so 3 years ago. So not sure if that would really end in a very successful coaster. Like, I don't know if renovating existing coasters has the same effect as building a new one. So I think I'll just fill out this area with a new one. Okay. saved. I will take out a rather significant loan. That is too much money, probably. But which coaster style? It should be something kind of intense. I guess I could do the same coaster style again as the previous one. There's that one. Okay. Because I do like the spiral lift. So it can kind of be a continuation of the other one, but actually properly intense. Okay. So... kind of difficult to see what I'm building here. So let's start on this side. And sure, let's have a lift on that side. And as tall as it can possibly go, which is quite tall. Okay. Then entrance on this side. And I guess exit quite close to it. It'll work. And I don't know how many vehicles it's gonna have yet. So I shouldn't connect the path yet. I'll just have to keep in mind to not block myself from being able to add the exit. Maybe a flat section and then... yes. Because this way it actually curves in a way that looks smoother. Yeah, that's plenty of room for the paths. And... oh boy, this thing is going to be intense. That is quite the drop. Yep. And then... I guess we go back up again. Like that. Probably too much, but I'll find out. Gotta build some nightmare fuel. Okay. Let's see. Then I guess probably right back down again. Can't just have one big drop. That would be boring. And then I guess the photo section can be right around here. Have the photos be nice and blurry. And then very slow turn. Yeah, I don't quite have the room for that. I guess the other direction might work better. Nice slow turn. And then... that looks a bit intense. I mean, that's probably too much again. Unless... maybe it isn't. find out. Just depends on this particular coaster. So, now we'll do more of a gentle slope. And I guess might even be able to make a turn. Maybe the other way. Sure. There. Tiny hill. Wrong spot for the tiny hill. There. That's the proper location. Okay. I mean, they go really high up, so maybe this will still work. I don't know. Big slow turn. And then down to behind the station platform. And a couple more slow turns if I can manage to fit those. Or maybe not. Yep, it actually fits under the coaster there. Might be a bit difficult to route it in this area then, but it might still work. Nice. Okay. There. Okay. And then left, and then turn the other way. Yeah, that's gonna destroy part of the castle. That's unacceptable. Yeah, so will that. Perfect. Okay. There. And guess I can try and see if this could work. Right, it doesn't. Yeah, that won't work. Maybe. Yeah, that seems to be the only way to make that fit. I guess maybe I can make this work. Depends on how fast they're going at that point. Just turn them around one last time. It's gonna be a very slow coaster at the end. Yeah, that fits. Oh boy, that turn at the end though. Any way to make that work? No. I don't think so, at least. Really doubt it. I mean, there's a decent chance the current design is already not going to function that well. But we don't talk about that detail. How can I turn this thing around? Probably not gonna work. No. Yeah, I'll just have to shorten that. As much as I dislike it. Will I be able to make the rest of it fit now? No, it's kind of still the same problem. Okay, I just need to redesign more of it. So... it is kind of in its own way here. So... if I start from this side... maybe? Possibly. That could work. Right. Same issues before. I guess I'm just redesigning the path here. People won't mind that much. There. Fixed it. Much easier this way. Okay, maybe this even has a chance of working, but maybe not. Which is why I'm saving. And let's test it. Oh boy. Actually, I wanted one car per train and as many trains as possible. Now test that. It's not gonna have the highest capacity, but it should draw some people into this park. Yes, I think that was the tricky part. Yeah. Yeah, it's doing it. And the station platform. So it at least managed to complete the circuit. But is it survivable? It does look very fast. Well, none of the numbers are highlighted in red, so that means it's fine. So that's good. Yeah. High excitement, high intensity, medium nausea. Okay. And let's see. The vehicles can have 8. There's 8 trains, 6 passengers each. I don't think I should make the queue way too long, but still kind of long. So maybe this would be okay. In worst case, I can shorten it quite easily. Possibly even without needing to close the ride for that. So let's open it. And still need to fix the color scheme. And there. And I guess for that one we can actually leave that version, and this will do wooden looking supports there. And battering rams themselves, I feel like they should just be brown, because it's supposed to be a battering ram. On-ride photos are going to be slightly more expensive. Okay. And I guess I can have them try to wait for full load, but at maximum wait for 40 seconds. Try and have the ride function a bit more smoothly. Having vehicles where it's like one person and then a bunch of people queuing right after, like, it kind of reduces the capacity of the ride. To not fill cars fully, so hopefully this will help even it out a bit. Like, I'm quite happy with how it turned out. I just really like the spiral lifts. And that turn here, it just looks kind of smooth. I like it. You wouldn't ride it? Neither would I. So I guess we're agreed on that. This part just... I like the way it looks. I do not want to experience it. But I can appreciate the curve. It's a good curve. Many squiggles. I didn't even have the highest model rating, so I'll add some benches at the exit. Don't really need to overdo it. And we've got QTVs now. Can I make them look like they're somehow made of rock? No. Oh well. this queue is still going to happen. It's probably going to be the longest queue in the park. Just a bunch of them. Like, for you, is it also motion sickness reasons or other reasons? Like, for me, the motion sickness alone is already enough of a problem. Like, the spikes don't even look that bad. Well, there are quite a few of them. Could be worse. It's not like there's just one giant spike all the way at the end. So. Not bad. I mean, yeah, the braking at the end is a bit forceful, but it's okay. They manage. Could have slowed it down earlier, but that's fine. Okay. I mean, I could probably also do an advertising campaign for that coaster. Oh right, I need to really pay back that loan. Should do that first. That's gonna eat into the budget. Let's see, what are people thinking about it? People can't find it, people like it. People already bought the on-ride photo. People like it. And it does actually, look, the capacity is impressive. 2,000 almost per hour. That's pretty good. I guess, like, it is 8 vehicles, 6 people each. Like, it's 6 people per vehicle. So, 8 times 6 would be 46. And that's 46 people within, I think it was like a minute and a half? No, it would be more. No, like 1.5 minutes, really. So, I guess that makes sense. That would be a bunch of people in an hour. Somehow it just didn't feel like it would be almost 2,000, but I'll take it. I feel like I should do the rest of that calculation. I just can't do the rest of it in my head. So, let's see. Per hour, that would be 40 times that each vehicle does the entire thing per hour. So, yeah, that is 1,840. So, not quite sure how it's slightly higher than that, but I'll just not question it. It's like, I don't think the math checks out on that. But maybe the number is the number of people who joined the queue. So maybe some people left the queue at some point and that messed with it. I don't know. I mean, I can check the math on the rest of it. Oh, 6 times 8 is 48, not 46. Wow. Okay, so it was my mistake. That's okay. So, yeah, that's 1,920. So, is that what the right is? Nope, that is more. So yes, I did make a mistake in my calculation. But the game still doesn't really seem to care about math. Okay. Maybe they're managing to fit a couple of extra people on the ride. Like, maybe it would count as 2 people on the ride if someone's pregnant. Don't know. I shouldn't put the path any closer to that building, because I don't want to have to repair that. I mean, it feels like there's almost enough room to fit something else in here, but it's not really necessary. Right, I'm still going to try and repay that loan. Oh boy, it is an expensive loan. Repaid a third of it already. Over a third. I'm not sure if I should invest some of the money into advertising to try and repay the loan quicker by having more guests entering the park. Like, it's a risk, but it might pay off. And it is still quite an affordable park. Which could be a good thing or a bad thing. At least for the purpose of making a profit. Still quite like how this coaster turned out. I'm just tempted to do an advertising campaign for this coaster because of liking this coaster. Maybe I should put an information kiosk around here. I've seen a fair number of people without umbrellas. We can't have that. Well, of course now the rain's stopping, but future reference, they now have an information desk. Try and make the umbrellas vaguely fit the color of the ride. The bot doesn't have a custom response for specifically mentioning pineapple and pizza. I'm not sure if I can make that happen, but no, I'm tempted just to try and figure it out. Could be fun. Yeah, the game is fun. Would recommend it. Okay, I'm just gonna invest the money into marketing. Particular rides? No, that's campaign for particular ride. There it is. Okay. Most expensive one, and it would be this coaster. Start. Okay. I hope this will bring more money. I guess I'll also save. I mean, not before starting the campaign, but it'll be fine. Okay. There, just slightly more expensive to enter the park now. But I think it shouldn't scare people off too much. Yeah, I'd say this game is kind of the first game, but with more content added. So, I personally quite like it. Yeah, some new ride types, some new stalls, new decorations. There's definitely some new stuff in there. But, like, more polished, at least not in the sense of the graphics being different for the existing stuff. Like, it really is just RollerCoaster Tycoon placed. No, fine, it is at the correct spot. Somehow I thought it was placed here, which wouldn't have made sense. Anyway, like, basically, it is just building on the previous game. So, stuff that existed in the previous one looks the same. There's just a lot more stuff. I would at least be able to repaint part of it again. But I also don't want to make the entrance fee even higher, because I don't think that's gonna end very well. The goal of the scenario is to get more people in the park, so... Yeah, it's basically added content onto the first game. If you've played Fallout 1 and Fallout 2, it's kind of similar with those. So Fallout 2 is kind of Fallout 1, but they actually had the time to finish it. So I personally quite like it when I get to play more of a game I enjoyed, but more polished. Like, feeling like the devs actually had the time to fully finish everything they wanted to, so... There haven't been too many instances of that in the games I've played yet, but the times that it has happened, I definitely did not mind. Yeah, the park editor, I think there's also scenario editor, but I'm not sure if that's the one you mean. But I was browsing through some of the game's manual today, and stumbled across the fact that apparently there's a scenario editor, so... Seemingly you can make your own custom scenarios. I still like this coaster. I'm surprised how well it turned out. Considering there's no breaks during the actual ride, only when it gets to the station platform. Like, and I went for building it to the maximum height, because of course I did. Considering all that, working quite well. Doesn't seem way too fast at the end. The speed is similar to when they first, or not the speed, the acceleration slash deceleration. Like, it's a similar amount of force, I think. Also, the way I that the curve up here, where there is actually a flat segment before it curves down. I am glad that that worked. I wasn't entirely sure. Because if the vehicles would have just gotten stuck up here and then just not moved, that would have been a problem. Overall, it really is working. Oh, better than I expected it. I did expect to probably have to redesign part of this coaster, but I guess the more of these coasters I build, the more accurate I am with actually building them within the limits of human survivability. So, that's something. So, the park is still losing a bunch of money. Why? I mean, it's definitely possible that the new coaster is just really expensive to run. Is it? I mean, no. Especially since people buy the on-ride photos, that should balance it out already. So... I guess I can check the popularity of the different rides, see if there's one I should maybe shut down. Right, so this one's unpopular, but I think that's because it's too intense for most people. So that is... it's not the worst. Some people do like the maze. People don't like the transport ride as much anymore. Okay. They did seem to like it a lot before. They don't like the battering ram coaster that much. Or at least they don't feel as satisfied by this one. How about the new one? What is the new one? Oh. I guess the old one and the new one are basically the same. People don't notice the difference. Okay. Guess not. The satisfaction of the cash machine, 2 of the restrooms, and 1 of the information desks is unknown. Okay. Is anyone... oh! Why are they closed? Whoops. I guess that's part of why the park was struggling. They were just closed stalls. I guess I can try and close this one. Yeah, it has been making a loss. Well, actually, recently it seems to not have been making a loss. But fine, I'll open it back up again. Right as I do that, it immediately starts raining. So the stuff I just opened already seems quite popular. Only one customer using the ATM. That's something. And let's make balloons more expensive to hopefully make a profit on those. That'd be nice. And the hats. Yes, I can charge more. This one's barely making back the running cost. Guess I can close it for a while. I mean, I could even just close the hat stall. It's just costing money. And I guess I can also close the balloon stall. Okay. Hopefully that'll balance stuff a bit. This one's been making a profit. This one, barely. Probably get rid of it. So at least for now, it seems to be going the wrong way. But I guess people who are up here probably really need it. Some of them are complaining about the price of the lemonade, so I'm not increasing the price of that. Yes, I have! Oh, no, not Railroad Tycoon. RollerCoaster Tycoon 1. I did. Somehow my brain auto-completed it. I've been streaming for 6 hours. Apparently my reading skills are not even in the same room as me. But no, I haven't tried it yet. I think either Transport Tycoon or Railroad Tycoon is currently on the game poll. If I'm not completely mistaken. But I guess they are separate ones. But I am expecting Railroads to be part of Transport Tycoon. Guess I need to increase the price some more, because keep getting awards for being the best value park, and keep having issues being profitable. Come on, buy those umbrellas. I need the money. Let's do free soup again. As long as I can manage there. Hopefully that will be enough to lure more people in here. Come on, it's soup. Everyone likes soup. Especially in the rain. Good weather to be eating soup. Unless it's also quite warm. Well, even then you probably should be eating more soup. because you're probably sweating a lot and probably need the salt and the fluids. Who doesn't like soup? There are a couple new park guests coming in. So basically in this one you have different scenarios. I don't know if it's similar in Railroad Tycoon. But, yeah, you have different scenarios, so different maps, and, I'm working on this one for, well, this stream, so a bit less than 6 hours, because I didn't start the game right at the minute I started the stream. So, yeah. And the original part of the park, like the castle part, I didn't build that. I built the rides inside, so I didn't build this castle, I didn't build these buildings. I just built the stuff, like this coaster, I built that one. I recently built this one. So, basically before it was just a medieval castle with paths. And, nothing selling anything or any sort of rides. Nothing of the sort. So, yeah. But the castle was part of the map design, so, yeah. Like, where's the scenario text again? There it is. So, the description of this scenario. Local members of the Battle Reenactment Society are rather serious about their hobby. They've entrusted you with the job of constructing a Dark Age theme park on grounds of Cliffside Castle. And the aim is to get to 1,500 park guests without having the park rating drop below 700. Getting more guests in the park, but still a while away from 1,500. Should I invest more in advertising or into repaying a loan? I'll just do a campaign for the new ride. There. Come on. Both advertising the new coaster I built, and you can get free soup. So, everybody should be wanting to come here. And it's fairly cheap to enter the park, so. Feels like it should just be natural for people to come here. Are some people leaving? Most of them because they just got tired, but it's difficult to really figure out why that was the case. This one just got thirsty. But there's plenty of stalls where I could have bought something to drink. I do wonder if there's a way to build a park that's absolutely perfect to the extent that nobody ever leaves it. As in, they don't even try to leave. You don't just block off the exit, which you can do. Maybe a tiny bit tempted to do that. I mean, the fact that people even keep going this route, even though that is the exit to the park, but they don't mean to exit the park. People are getting lost again. Nothing unusual there. And it's about to rain. Good. Buy my umbrellas. Do it. Also, side note, in this room it is currently 24.8 degrees and still close to 70% humidity. So, getting very close to 25 degrees. And my electric fan is working great, so still feeling surprisingly comfortable. Is increasing, as it should. I'll try and repay some of the loan. Because just paying interest is not the best way to invest money. I have no clue. I don't know which games are specifically on those because I've never used one at all. So there might be games that I've played that are also on those, but it's not a very clear indication which platform it would have been on if you're just playing it on a modern computer. So yeah, I genuinely don't know. I'd have to look into, like, out of the games I've played, which ones would have been on where. And then probably just go with the one that has the most games that I really like. But, yeah. Could just be that there's just lots and lots of games that I've never played, and they're probably not even available on DOS, so it is quite possible that there's a bunch of gems hidden out there that I've just not been able to play. Oh yeah, I'm sure. But for me, I just haven't really interacted with that many different consoles. Yeah, I do think I probably would have gone for DOS, yes. Like, I don't have much experience of using DOS at the time. But technically more than 0. Technically. In practice. Not really, but technically. Technically, I have used DOS before it was retro. overall, I really haven't used that many different consoles. So. Even modern ones, like... Consoles are expensive. They take up quite a lot of space. So... At least for me, that's been quite limiting. Like, I prefer collecting things like books over consoles. So, like, I have a fair volume, as in, like, physical volume of books. So, I guess you could fit quite a lot of consoles in that space, but I like books. So. And they're a bit easier to store, I guess, because, like, storing all the cables and accessories and everything without anything getting damaged versus just bookshelf. Like, not the biggest book collection, but like, my books are still mostly packed in moving boxes, and that has made it quite clear how I have a lot of books. I feel like until your stuff is in moving boxes, you don't realize just how much stuff you have. And I moved over a year ago. Whoops. I'm slow at, like, making changes. I mean, I finally, last week, because I took the week off, I managed to make 2 animated emotes I've been meaning to make for years, so... I mean, I guess technically the lava lamp emote, I've just been obsessed with lava lamps, but, now that I think of it, timer is also switched off the lava lamp because it's getting late. But, yeah, I've been obsessed with lava lamps, but didn't really have a good way to have the lava lamp be on the stream until I moved, but yes. Yeah, for me, I have some of, like, I have physical books, I have ebooks, I also have audiobooks. I even have audiobooks on CDs in some cases, but they're rarely sold that way. But yeah, variety, I guess. They all have different perks, like if you're suddenly needing to wait somewhere and you have your phone along, it's a lot easier to read an ebook if you're able to read them on your phone. Like with the different companies, like stuff not really being compatible between different e-readers and everything, phones kind of make it easier to be able to read more ebooks. But anyhow, I'd say that does help. So, if you suddenly like need to wait an extra hour for your train because you missed the previous one, you can read. Motion sickness, yeah, well, I don't really read well in a moving vehicle. Like, sometimes I can manage on planes, if it's a really stable flight. Trains, like, not as much. I think they turn more. So that's probably the main issue for me. Like, if the train was moving in a perfectly straight line at basically the same velocity, then I think I would also have an easier time reading in trains. So, like with planes still like landing and takeoff and landing, I wouldn't really be able to read without getting motion sick. But yeah, like planes don't have to turn constantly. So it does make it a lot easier. But takeoff and landing, if you're prone to motion sickness, don't do stuff on your phone during that time. Or if there is a lot of turbulence, it's not worth it. Audiobooks, you listen to them before going to bed. Like, for me, I think my main issue would be that I'd end up constantly listening to the start of the audiobook, because keeping track of where I was in the book, where I fell asleep, would be kind of impossible. So, yes. Like, if it's a book I don't really care about, then maybe. But not being that interested in it also helps with falling asleep. Still not enough guests in this park. So, I think I'll have to finish this one up next time, because my voice is getting tired. Because I've been streaming for over 6 hours. And that's a while. So, yes. But I will be continuing it next Tuesday. And, I have now saved. I'll quickly close the game. There. Yes. As for tomorrow, I'll be continuing Hitman 2, I believe, and Thursday, more Commandos Behind Enemy Lines, I think. It's been a while since, well, I took last week off, but anyhow. Like, PS6, I'm currently honestly not interested in getting it. Because it feels like the way the consoles are moving overall is just not something I want to get involved with. At least when it comes to, like, the larger consoles. Like, the Nintendo Switch, I don't have the Switch 2. I'm currently not planning on getting the Switch 2. So, there is that. So I guess I'm not really approving of that direction either. But the Switch is basically the newest console that I actually use. So, there you go. Anyhow. I tend to mainly play, like, either older games or indie games, or both. Because by now there is also a fair amount of overlap. Like, I'd say Stardew Valley is not exactly the most recent game anymore. But I still enjoy it whenever I do play it. Anyhow, do need to pick somebody to raid. Who is it going to be? I guess we can go raid Mitchell playing, well, just started one of the Nancy Drew games, I think. So, seems interesting. Haven't played that specific game, so I might have to avoid spoilers, because I do want to play more of the Nancy Drew game series in the future. So, we'll see. Anyhow, thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye!